is what they say. That mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limit, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. But only the silence answers back, a shadow of a word, eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room, judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question, they cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly, the quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child, I reach through membrane and blood memory, sit with you, match my body to your rhythm, vibrate back a love song. Even when your body is a wall I cannot get over, I will still love my way through to you. And I will wait for that one look, one step, one word, the power of one touch. I will offer up my back again and again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mine joy from this sorrow, use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing, so that when they ask about you, I will offer up my voice when yours fails, snatch you out of the mouth of any danger, guard your ears from the voices that follow, tell them you are otherworldly, you are magic and moon dust, you are a testament to a love that persists in spite of itself, this gift, this child who is still a miracle, this child who is still mine.
what I want.
I want to welcome you all to the GT Bank Fashion Weekend 2019.
This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing that makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy.
I'm looking forward to great sales, great people. Hopefully do this again next year.
It's gonna be good. Tomorrow is gonna be fantastic.
This is actually my first time of being in GT Fashion Weekend. It's a wow experience for me so far.
I'm expecting lots of sales. I want to meet new people, and I'm ready to learn from all the master classes.
That thing that makes me cool like crazy. That bad inside, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want.
I'm GTCO PLC. For some of you that's just hearing GTCO for the first time, it represents Guaranty Trust Holding Company. It's still the same Guaranty Trust brand that you've always known. We just want to do more. So we're offering, apart from including banking that you've always known, we've included pension fund, fund management, which most people might know as wealth creation and wealth management, as well as payments. So welcome, 12 years. I remember 2 years ago when we was 10 years, and I was talking to the group CEO, Mr. Shegun Agbaje, and I said, okay, we've done this for 10 years. And he says, yes, we'll always be there for people who need us for as long as they need us. And so that is what drives and fuels our passion for advocacy that we continue to drive in this community and in this space for autism. We understand that it is, autism is a developmental disorder that makes it sometimes difficult for society to include people who have this disorder. And so we continue to advocate through the conference, the annual conferences, the annual consultation clinics, which practitioners, are such a big part of. And it allows people to have access to grants that funds research for autism, and so that's why we do it. We're happy to have everyone here, and we're glad to know that every year, as the community seems to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and it continues to drive our passion and our commitments as well. So thank you and welcome. For our caregivers, we say thank you. We hope the next 2 days will provide some great insights. For our parents, we say well done. Thank you for the love, and thank you for the fights that you continue to put in every day. So welcome everybody, and we're looking forward to two exciting days. 2 days full of learning, 2 days full of creating, and hopefully by the time we're done, you would have would have built communities, and just mini communities and teams of teams where we can collaborate, where we can share, we can uplift, we can we can raise the advocacy, we can educate other people, and we continue to push the awareness of autism that makes society and we hope to make society a bit more inclusive every day. So thank you very much and welcome. I'm going to hand over now. We're going to do the introductions. We want to do the introductions to the people that will be with you, that will be teaching us for our panel sessions, and they will be offering and sharing first-hand experiences and all the experiences they've had over the years. So we would like to do the introductions now. Thank you.
You people want to clap for me, I did. Why now? Thank you so much. Oniade Adigite, the head group corporate communications at GTCO. Good morning, everyone. My name is Oluwaseun P. It's an honor to be your MC and anchor for the 12th Annual Autism Conference 2022. Please put your hands together for yourselves one more time. We really want to celebrate GTCO and GT Bank for the consistency. I met Oniade about 2014 or so when I was on the radio, and it's been consistent every year, building this community, doing this great work. She talked about always being there for those who need us, and it's really, really great that we can do this year after year, and we're doing the 12th one. All right, but I need some energy in the room, all right? So I'm going to do this simply. When I say autism, you're going to hold your fist up and you're going to say, I am awesome. Is that a good idea? Autism? Autism? Now, this last one, you got to make it loud, okay? Autism? I am awesome. Put your hands together for yourselves. Fantastic. All right. Allow me to do a few introductions. We have here with us Mr. Segun Agbaje, who's the Group Chief Executive Officer for GTCO PLC. Can we recognize him? We also have Mr. Jide Okentola, who is the DMD GT Bank. You met Oniade earlier, and we have a lot of our other senior members of staff. As the conference goes on, we'll make an attempt to introduce them to you. But to our experts, speakers, and educators, caregivers, those who are going to be teaching us for the next 48 hours, almost literally, let us just do a roll call in no particular order. And some of them are here. Those that are here would come up, to your loud applause. We'll have a photograph session. But those who aren't here are online, I believe, and will join us tomorrow. Oh, by the way, can we welcome our online audience with a round of applause? Last year, I was told that you had participants from nearly 50 countries or thereabouts, all across the world, all across Africa. So really say a big thank you to everyone who's joined us online. We want you to know that this conference is very interactive. So if you're online, you're not just a spectator, you're part of the community. And I hope that you are awesome as well, wherever you are. All right, so for introductions, our facilitators and presenters. First, I'd like to call on Camille Proctor. Camille, come up this way. Camille is the founder and executive director of the Color of Autism Foundation, a US-based national non-profit organization she founded in 2009. Her organization focuses on self-efficacy and advocacy, which supports individuals living with autism. Can we welcome Camille one more time? All right, I'll also have to call on Mr. Lanre Duyile. Don't get tired of clapping, come on. He's the president and CEO of Behavior Price Consulting Incorporated in Toronto, Canada. He consults with agencies and families to create evidence-based behavioral treatment to improve the lives of people living with developmental disabilities. Thank you. I also have Beauty Kumesine, who is the founder and executive director at Blazing Heart Autism Centre, co-founder of Asbecom Foundation. She has over 15 years of experience and impact with families and the community on special education needs and is a disability inclusion advocate. You're very welcome, Beauty. All right. Allow me to also introduce Dr. Abimbola Akinyelure. Dr. Abimbola Akinyelure is the head of the Occupational Therapy Department at the National Orthopedic Hospital, Lagos, Nigeria. He's also a member of Nigeria's Medical Rehabilitation Therapists Board and the Occupational Therapy Association. It's like the round of applause are reducing in intensity. All right. I also have Amanda Budge. Amanda is the founder of Multi-Kids Africa, a Ghana-based NGO, and the co-founder and head of Multi-Kids Inclusive Academy, the first inclusive international school in Ghana, established in 2010. Don't be fooled by her skin. She's Ghanaian at heart. She has over 30 years of experience as an educator in special needs and mainstream settings in the UK and Ghana. You're welcome, Amanda. also have with us Dr. Oladipo Shomi. He's a consultant emergency psychiatrist with the Neurios Psychiatric Hospital, Aro, Abeokuta, Nigeria. His interest in emergency psychiatry includes child and adolescent emergency mental health care, emergency psychoactive substance abuse treatment, genetics, and emergency. In summary, the guy's a bad guy. This is a bad guy. All right, I also have Sholakwe Azazi, an advocate for people living with ASD and the executive director and founder of Cradle Lounge, a holiday club for all children to explore their creativity through arts and craft. You're very welcome, Sholakwe Azazi. All right, allow me to also bring up Dr. Muhyiddin Bakare. Dr. Muhyiddin Bakare is a chief consultant psychiatrist and head of the Child and Adolescent Unit of the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Enugu. He's also the present chairman of the Childhood Neuropsychiatric Disorders Initiatives, an NGO in Nigeria. Let's give a special welcome to Dr. Muhyiddin Bakare. You're very welcome, sir. All right, I also have Whitney Hamill, the co-founder and executive director of Autism Compassion Africa, an NGO in Ghana and a non-profit in the US. She has over 15 years of experience directly working in the field of autism and applied behavior analysis, ABA. Okay, am I done with this first page? All right, is Bukola Ayinde in the building? Yes, can we welcome Bukola Ayinde, the founder of Diary of a Special Needs Mom Initiative under the P413 Foundation. She's a lawyer, a storyteller, a disability inclusion advocate, and social entrepreneur. Come on, isn't this a powerful panel? Look at that. Okay, page 2. Do I see? Okay. All right, it's Paul Okeogo here. Paul Okeogo, experienced sales and marketing professional, has held several senior sales and marketing positions in FMCG and telecoms. The founder of Chocolate City Group, now partnered with Warner Music Group, one of the most respected brands in the music industry. I don't think Paul is here, but can we just celebrate him in absentia? Do I have Alex Oliver here? Alex, a 16-year-old graduate of secondary school, spends free time playing Minecraft and has a particular interest in coding and technology, but aspires to become a pilot. Alex has a brother living with ASD. Is Alex in the building? Can we just celebrate Alex? Okay, I want to be sure that I call on the people who are here first before those who are not here. All right, John Paul Horsley. Can we welcome John Paul Horsley, an actor, teacher, who moved into the healthcare sector working at the Royal Bethlehem Hospital in London at the National Autism Unit, where his specialty is working with autistic adults who have had other mental health conditions as well as autism. Can we welcome John Paul? Is his first time in Nigeria? Another round of applause for John Paul Horsley. All right. Do I have Remy Olutimai? Is Remy here? All right. Remy is a voice director, voice actor, writer, and producer. His work covers animation, audiobooks, e-learning, documentaries. He's been a part of memorable projects, including our own area animated series, and more recently, the audio drama series Love, Music, and Dreams, produced by TNC Africa. Can we welcome Remy Olutimai? All right. Now I think I can see Joy Ovioje Adeni. Can we welcome her? An applied behavior analyst with Autism Compassion Africa in Lagos. She has a master's degree in education, is a certified international behavior analyst from the Florida Institute of Technology, FIT, USA. You're very welcome, Joy. All right, I think I also saw Oluwatoyin Oduni, who's a self-published author, writer, disability advocate. She owns and manages a blog called An Inclusive Kind World that focuses on autism spectrum disorders and other developmental disorders. One more time for Oluwatoyin. All right, so all our other experts will be joining us for day 2. So when we have them, we'll do proper introductions. But ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please celebrate our expert panel of presenters and subject matter experts who would dive into all the issues that need to be touched on over the next 2 days. I'm now going to call on our group CEO as well as the DMD to take a picture, a photograph with our panelists. Can we welcome them with a round of applause as well? As well as Ms. Onyade Adigite. Can we see some awesome smiles? Yeah, that's it. Is that good? Fantastic. Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for them? Yes, you may have your seats, yeah. Autism? Oh, no, come on. You were sleeping. Don't sleep, wake up. Now, for 12 years of the Annual Autism Conference, find 12 people to give a fist bump, all right? Find 12 people behind you, beside you, 12 people, come on. 12 people to give a fist bump. Yeah. That's it. There's more energy in the room now. Now, when I say autism, you're supposed to say, I am awesome. Because you're awesome, you're beautiful, you're intelligent, you're... Autism? Put your hands together for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. I was so eager to get it going. Okay, good. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Group Chief Executive Officer, GTCO PLC, Mr. Segun Agbaje.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I guess a lot of people have done the welcomes, so it's mine to just kind of welcome you to the 12th Autism Conference we hold. I always look at the theme every year, and the theme this year is what? Creating a community of advocates. I guess when we started this journey 12 years ago, that was kind of the idea. It was to create a community of people, to make them understand these very special children and special adults that we call people with special abilities. And we brought in experts who thankfully agreed to come and join us and hopefully create the awareness amongst families that have children living with autism, adults living with autism. We did the clinical, we did the scientific, I'm sure they've done the emotional. 12 years later, I guess sitting here this morning, I have nothing but questions actually. And I'm thinking to myself, we've done this for 12 years. Have we really achieved enough? Did we touch enough lives? Do people really know enough about these people with special ability? We used to think they were only children, and then we learned that they have to grow to become adults. So this community of advocates we keep talking about, is it large enough? Or have we just scratched the surface? So yeah, they said, she asked me whether we were going to stop after 10 years. There's no way we can stop after 10 years, because this is not something like polio that you finally eradicate. Every day, people with autism are being born, people with ASD. So if it was polio, we could say we have an end date, and that after it's eradicated, then we don't have to do this anymore. But unfortunately or fortunately, we've taken on a journey and an ailment that doesn't go away. And so, really, we have to be committed. Truthfully, I think we've only scratched the surface. Now we're going to go to Ghana, we're going to go where we've been in Nigeria. How many lives have we really touched? How many people have we really changed? We talk about orange ribbon. How many homes have we planted this orange ribbon? On our own part, we will continue until probably we touch every household that has a child, or children, or adults living with autism. We will also go to Ghana and hopefully touch every household. And so our journey probably will never end. This is a journey that will outlive my tenure. I've been here for 12 years. Jide is much younger than me, so I hope he'll also outlive his tenure, because this is not going to go away. So I really thank you for attending. I thank all the people who partner with us, and I'd just like to know that we're completely committed to this. We're under no illusions how difficult it is. We know the amount of denial that goes on with people and children and families, and we know how families become, how people become uprooted. So this is our little way of letting you know. The orange ribbon is our little way of knowing. And in my own mind's eye, when I think of when we would really have succeeded, is when I look at the map of Nigeria, I look at the map of Ghana, and I see an orange ribbon in every home that has someone with ASD or an adult or children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together one more time? A big thank you to Mr. Shegun Agbaje, the Group Chief Executive Officer, GTCO PLC. And indeed, it's really about creating that community of autism advocates across Nigeria and now Ghana. Can we just celebrate GTCO one more time? In honesty, a lot of companies do CSR, and a lot of times it's just for the point of it. But here you can see that these individuals in the bank have a passion to really touch lives. And with the Orange Ribbon Initiative, clearly this conference is a pivotal part of that initiative about just bettering the lives of people in this room. And you are advocates for this community, so we're doing it with you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to lighten the atmosphere, get us in the mood to stimulate our senses and also inspire us with some entertainment, I'm going to call on Corporate Dance World, who will be doing a special dance / drama performance with the theme inclusion. Can we welcome Corporate Dance World with a round of applause?
Welcome. So this room is for co-curricular activities. Yes, a lot of the kids come in here for about an hour travels from school. They spend time here playing, having fun, and discovering their gifts and talents.
This looks so nice. This looks like a place that Tade would like. Tade.
Hi, Tade. It takes some time getting used to. Let me introduce you to the children. Meet Bolaji and Sarah. They love playing the keyboard. So we gave them a space here where they can play to their heart's content.
Nice. Very nice.
Over here is Tunji. Tunji somehow picked up coding. Yes. He's always hunched over a computer. I do not understand it myself, but I find it quite fascinating.
Oh, nice.
Steve. I call him Steve Bobo. Steve. Steve is a genius with an IQ of 130. Wow. Yes, he is a member of the Mensa Society. Steve.
Hi, Charles.
Charles is a great artist. One of his paintings.
Wow, that looks like something Tade would like. Tade. Sometimes we get worried because we don't know what to do or what he needs. My mother always used to say to me when I was young that I should paint her a picture of how I was feeling. She said that it would help her figure out how to help me. Of course, she didn't mean it literally. But my Tade, he takes everything literally.
Let me show you around. Thank you. Nice.
Loving can hurt. Loving can hurt sometimes, but it's the only thing that I know. When it gets hard, you know it can get hard sometimes. It is the only thing that makes us feel alive. We keep this love in a photograph. We make these memories for ourselves, but our eyes are never closing, our hearts are never broken, time's forever frozen still. So you can keep me inside the pocket of your ripped jeans, holding me closer till our eyes meet. You won't ever be alone. Wait for me to come home. Inside the kiss you got when you were 16. Next to the heartbeat that I should be. Keep it deep within your soul. And if you hurt me, it's okay, baby. Only once breathe. Inside these pages, you just hold me. I won't ever let you go. I will remember how you kissed me under the lamppost back on 6th Street, hearing you whisper through the phone. Wait for me to come home.
I realize that he feels alone, and no one likes to feel alone. That is why I brought him here, for him to feel less alone. looks like he still feels that way.
Mommy usually brings me here sometimes. She wants me to play with the other kids, but I usually play all by myself. I usually... Hello. Most of the kids do not want to play with me. They do not want to play with me. They do not want to play. They do not want to play with me. They do not want to play with me. Ice cream. I like ice cream.
Ice cream. Young man. You are here today. Which one you want? Which one do you want? Which one do you care for, Oga? Where be this now? Who be this? Wait, see. Is he okay? How are you? You care for ice cream? Which one do you want? You got? Okay. Like say, they owe me money. Customer, hey, I agree to for them, I don't answer me. And I don't make them, Abi. Oh yeah, and I want to collect credit today, Abi. Credit, Abi. Okay. When I give my money, okay. This house they're short. Which bro? Bro. Not quite. They say why? They say make it
too loud.
Madam,
Noisy.
you should take your child away from here.
Why?
No.
Making other people know.
No.
It's scary.
No, it's not.
Leave him at home. Yes. You bring him to this place.
What's wrong with this?
Everyone uncomfortable. No, Baba, you should take your child out for prayer.
You think they should pray for?
And I know someone that can train you.
No.
Do what she said. Leave us alone. It is you, the waste of resources. You are educated and you went to some of the finest schools in this country. Yet you treat another human being like this. Then it is you. You claim to be so religious and brought up to be kind and treat everyone with loving kindness. You treat another human like this. Then it is you. You have a duty and the opportunity with this institution to protect and support our children, yet you pick and choose who you think deserves it. It is you who is a waste of resources.
Who I am. To be just like every other kid. The more it does on me that I am different. And that's enough for me. Do not judge people by what you see externally. I am this way doesn't mean I don't have dreams or aspirations just like you do. They just might be bigger than you all combined. My disability isn't a barrier to capabilities. There is so much more to what you think about me and my kind. We want you to be a part of our story, a part of all that we dream to become. Because I am something you've never seen before. I am Tade and I am different. I am Tade and I am.
It's okay.
I am different.
It's okay. It's okay.
I am different.
Look. Tade, look. It's beautiful. Sit down. Look at what you did. Let me go and put it in the car. I'll be right back.
I am different. I am sorry.
up at the stars. We are billions of beautiful hearts, and you sold us down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever after? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We are problems that want to be solved. We are children that need to be loved. We were willing, we came when you called. But man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. What about us? What about all the times we said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever after? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? Sticks and stones, they may break these bones, but then I'll be ready. Are you ready? It's the start of us waking up. Come on, are you ready? I'll be ready. I don't want control, I want to let go. Are you ready? I'll be ready. Now it's time to let them know. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever after? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? 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 What about and I am an autism advocate. What about all the times you said you had the answer? So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever after?
What about us? What about us? What about us?
Wow, wow, wow. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That was such an electric performance by Corporate Dance World. Can we celebrate them one more time? That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. If you're watching us online, welcome again to the 12th Annual Autism Conference by GTCO. And you can tell we're excited. The energy here is incredible. It's such an amazing community of advocates for autism here. And what that play just showed is that we all can be part of the story. Well, we're going to get right into the heat and thick of it right now. We're going to have our first session. Now it gets serious. The topic is, what is evidence-based therapy? And this first session will be done by Lanre Duyile, who is a board-certified behavior analyst, Behavior Prize College of Business and Health Studies, Canada. Watching us from around the world, give a resounding welcome to Lanre Duyile.
Good morning. I'm usually the guinea pig that is used to test the microphone and the clicker. This year I don't have the clicker as well, so I'm going to wait until somebody brings it. I am a proud father, and I have 3 children. The last one is a boy. When we're going to have him, we were excited, and we're in the hospital. In the birthing room, there was a nurse, there was a gynecologist, there was an anesthesiologist. They were the team. And when my wife was pushing, the baby wasn't coming. And we tried for a little bit, the baby wasn't coming. Then the doctor left and said, I'll give you a few more minutes. A few minutes after that, the nurse came into the room and said to my wife, you need to push hard, otherwise they're going to do an emergency C-section. And we didn't want a C-section. Not that it's bad, it's just that we preferred not to have that. And so she closed the door and encouraged her to keep pushing and push strong. That after pushing for a little bit, she will go and call the doctor. That I'm going to help you was what she said. Even though the doctor said, no pushing, just wait. So she got her to push, and I could see the head of the baby. And she ran out to call the doctor. When he came, he said, oh, how did it happen? And so everybody gathered, and they were trying to get the baby out. The moment she pushed, the baby's head came out a little bit and went back. Then the doctor said, stop. And when he said that, I was wondering, what's wrong with this man? Why is he stopping the process? And so he put his hands into my wife. I don't know what he was doing, but based on his training and experience, he figured that the baby wasn't coming up because there was a cord around his neck. The nurse wanted to help us. She stepped out of line. She did what the doctor did not instruct her to do. My wife would have had the baby, but the baby would have been dead or would have been without oxygen and for some time, and you know what that could mean. So the point is, professionals have trainings to do specific things. But sometimes when professionals go out of their way to do things they're not qualified to do, or they think that they're trying to help you, or they're trying to make things work for you, they may be wrong. More harm than good. And so we had the baby healthy. He's going to be 12 next month, but that could have been a different story. Thank you. So I'm here today to talk to you about evidence-based therapies, evidence-based interventions, evidence-based strategies. What does that really mean? That we're doing something that is evidence-based. My slide's working now? Okay. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Well, by the way, during the introduction, you heard here, Behavior Price Consulting is our consulting wing, and we just started operating a post-secondary college in Toronto, Canada, and that is why you also hear Behavior Price College of Business and Health Studies. Okay, good. So at the end of this session that I'm about to do, I want to ensure that I describe to you what evidence-based therapies or interventions mean. The second thing I'd like to do is to ensure that families feel empowered to demand for value for their money. If you go to see a therapist, you must have value for the money that you're paying. And how do you do that? We'll talk a little bit about that. I want to ensure that we take steps to prevent professional malpractice and the abuse of people living with developmental disabilities and autism. We need to prevent professional malpractice, and every one of us will be a part of that. I also want to ensure that, this is slow. Let's go back. Okay. That we encourage professionals on all levels to continue to maintain their licenses and certifications, practice within their areas of specialty, obtain mentorship and or supervision where required, and seek the appropriate training required to practice in their chosen professions. So I'm not talking just to families, I'm talking to professionals as well. We want to call on local institutions of higher learning to help in developing curriculum and pathways to achieving relevant education. If we're saying that we do not want people that are not qualified to practice therapy, well, where are they going to get the education? So we are all in this together. So what is evidence-based therapy? It is a set of treatments or practices that are peer-reviewed and derived from replicated and evaluated research, showing empirical evidence of safety and effectiveness. I'm going to break this down step by step so we get a complete understanding of what evidence-based intervention or therapy is. When we say that, practices that are peer-reviewed, who are the peers? It's a community of similarly trained professionals evaluating the truthfulness and effectiveness of a treatment or a practice. So if your child is going to see a speech therapist, for example, the community of speech therapists will be all the people that are trained in similar ways of doing things, and they hold each other accountable. So if I say I'm doing a therapy, my colleague must understand what I'm doing. I can't just whip up therapies from my pocket and try to do it on people. So Peer-reviewed means that people practicing the same profession, they review what each other are doing. So when you talk about evidence-based interventions, there are interventions that all the professionals, at least majority of them, agree that these are therapies that work. Therapies that are evidence-based must be based on research. Research is a controlled research that is free from the researcher's bias. If I'm trying to test whether a therapy works, as a scientist, as a practitioner, I am just trying to test. I want it to work, but if it doesn't work, I have to report to my colleagues that I tried it and it did not work. Research has to, be done free of bias. Empirical evidence of effectiveness. If I test this therapy and it works, I have to show that it actually works to improve the quality of life of the individual. And all my colleagues should also be able to do that. Replicated means that other professionals need to repeat the research and demonstrate that earlier research results are upheld or advanced. So as a behavior analyst, for example, if I know that reinforcements work, so if I want to test reinforcement further, I would take a client and use the reinforcement strategy. If it works, then other people coming after me can also test that and continue to test it to see that reinforcement works in every circumstance that you're trying to increase the behavior of an individual. So having said that, we have an understanding of what evidence-based intervention is. An intervention that most professionals agree works, and that intervention is continually tested, and the people that are practicing it are held accountable to themselves and to whatever it is that they are doing to ensure that people are doing things right. So what is evidence-based therapy in autism treatment? So let's focus on that a little bit. Before we go ahead, let's think about what autism is. It is a neurological disorder, meaning it has to do with the brain. It impacts specific areas of functioning in the lives of the people that are living with the condition. So the areas impacted include social communication, okay, social interaction, as well as limited and repeated behaviors. So they can have very stereotypic behaviors. Restricted activities, those are the areas. So these impairments create deficits in communication. So a lot of people with autism will have one defect or the other in communication. They may have difficulty with self-regulation, social interaction, and behavior. So that's what autism is. They started again. Okay. Most professionals agree on the interventions that work best in managing the symptoms of autism. Those professionals include, and you may have worked with these individuals, speech and language therapists, okay? Psychology, behavior therapy, occupational therapy, and pharmacological therapy. This will be when people are dealing with autism and they have to use medications. So let's consider evidence-based therapy in autism treatment, focusing on who a speech pathologist is. So the speech and language pathologist, also called the speech therapist, is an expert that completes assessment, diagnosis, and treatment of speech disorders, communication problems, and swallowing problems. So if your child has a difficulty speaking, they need a speech therapist. Who is the speech therapist that you should be speaking with? It is that person that possesses a master's degree, at least, in audiology and speech pathology, and be an inducted member of the Speech Pathology and Audiology of Nigeria. If that person that is working with your child does not have this qualification, they're not speech therapists. They may be speech therapy assistant working their way there, but they're not. If they hold themselves out to be a speech therapist, as a family, as a parent, you must demand that qualification. Because what it means is you may be paying for therapy that is not evidence-based. And instead of helping your child, you may actually be hurting them. The speech and language pathologists or speech therapists can practice within a government institution or operate a private practice. The credentials has to be renewed annually with continuing education. Okay? Anyone who does not have this is just an assistant. And assistants are supposed to practice under the supervision of a qualified speech therapist. For autism, early intervention is the best strategy. So if you're wasting time with somebody who is not qualified, you are hurting your child. Seek qualified therapists to work with your children. So the next that I'm going to talk about will be the behavior therapist. The behavior therapist is an expert that completes assessment and treatment of behaviors. That person can help to increase or improve the occurrence of the target behaviors you're dealing with and to reduce the frequency or intensity of challenging behaviors. The behavior analyst also teaches new behaviors. Who is that person? To qualify as a behavior analyst that practices independently, that person must possess a master's degree at least. And they must be a member of the Behavior Analyst Certification Board and in good standing. If you want to check, you just go to bacb.com, put the name of your behavior therapist in. If that name does not come out, then you need to ask where they got their credentials from. Alternatively, there is also the Qualified Applied Behavior Analysis Group. That is another body that regulates behavior analysis. There's also the International Behavior Analyst Credential. These are alternatives as well and readily available in Africa. So if you're working with a behavior therapist, you need to ask specific questions. Do you belong to this or that? Are you certified or you are not? If they're not, they should be practicing under somebody who has the credentials. Otherwise, you're going to be hurting rather than helping your child. All right, and that's the website that you can look at. What about occupational therapists? They are also people who work with the individuals that we support. During the consultations we've just had, when I tell parents that, oh, you need to see an occupational therapist, parents will say, no, occupational therapists, they work with adults. My child is just young. And I tell them, no, they don't just work with adults. They work with everyone. In fact, their work is important when you're dealing with people living with autism. Okay? Occupational therapy practitioners are among the professionals who provide services. They embrace both leadership and supportive roles in service delivery. The primary goal is to enable clients participate in activities of daily living. So if you want your child to be able to effectively participate in the activities that he or she should be participating in, then you need an occupational therapist maybe. The roles include sensory integration. A lot of people with autism oftentimes have sensory overload. And that is when you see some people doing things like this and making noise and humming and a lot of times rocking back and forth, and sometimes they don't want to eat certain things. There could be sensory or self-regulation problems. it's an OT that does that assessment and is able to provide you with advice. They help to develop adaptive devices that the child or the adult can use to access community activities. They help training fine and gross motor skills and the development of independent living skills. Practitioners must also possess relevant degrees. They must pass a certification exam and be a member of the Medical Board of Rehabilitation Therapists. If your OT is not, you need to ask questions. They may not be, they may be OT assistants and practicing under the supervision of somebody who is better qualified. The psychiatrist or the medical professional is also part of the team. All right? These are medical doctors with advanced education and specialization in mental health, emotional, and behavioral conditions. During the conference as well, or the consultation, people said, some people, my child does not need a psychiatrist. He doesn't have a mental health problem. Well, not all people who see psychiatrists have mental health problems. Okay? Psychiatrists don't only treat mental cases, they take care of brain health. Okay? And they are trained to diagnose conditions that affect learning and brain health. For children, for adults, for everyone. And it's actually healthy to go see a psychiatrist and talk about issues that affect brain health. A trained pediatrician or other specialist physicians are also able to assess and provide diagnosis of a developmental disability, such as autism. Before you start, a lot of people came to the consultation and they were saying, my child has autism. And I say, how do you know? They will tell me, because he has autism, look at him. There are some signs that people who may have autism display, but only a medical professional has the qualification to make the pronouncements that this child has autism or whatever else there is. Okay, so you have to be educated about who to see to know what to do. And the first place is get a diagnosis. What does this child have? So, the multidisciplinary approach is what we advocate as evidence-based interventions. Meaning, if we really want to get the best for the children that we support, we need professionals to work together. And the professionals that we are talking about are the ones that I've described. So, a multidisciplinary approach okay. The supporting professionals all work together, and when they work together, we call them a multidisciplinary team, okay? In each of the areas of impairment, specific professionals are required to provide supports. So if there is communication as a problem, you need the speech and language pathologist and the behavior therapist. Social interaction as well as limited and repeated behaviors and interests, you need a behavior therapist, you need a psychologist, you need a psychiatrist. Okay. If the person has self-regulation or sensory issues or problems with activities of daily living, you're looking for an occupational therapist. So it is difficult for one professional to be able to work in multiple domains and provide the best supports. So families must seek and recruit the specialized person that we're talking about. When you hear people say, oh, I do behavior, I do OT, I do speech, you have to be careful. That is not a true professional. You can't, I know all the areas, but I am not qualified to practice in all the areas. I'm only a behavior analyst. I cannot also be an OT and be a professional in that area. You can know things, little bits and pieces here and there, but you can't encroach in other people's territories. If you do, you may cause harm. That's what almost happened to me and my family. Don't try to cross your lane. Know your boundaries. And as family members, don't encourage it. Otherwise, you may be just causing harm. So these are some evidence-based therapies in applied behavior analysis. I'm not going to go into it. I'm just showing that. Now, let me present a case to you. In 2018, a group of us in Canada performed a study. So that it's the treatment of life-threatening Pica with 5-year follow-up. Bush, Saini, Zozos, and Duili. So we worked together and wrote the paper, and it was published in the Journal of Neurodevelopmental Disorders. What happened in the case of Jim? Jim was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, seizure, and Pica. He ingested, now Pica is a condition that makes people eat things that are not edible. That's just a short description of what Pica is. So he had that. So this gentleman ingested 5 latex gloves, and it caused intestinal blockage. And so he needed emergency surgery. Jim engaged in severe physical aggression if you try to stop him from eating something he's taken. Now this guy also is double jointed, so if you hold his hand to prevent him, he can twist the hand round like that and go round and round. So it was very difficult to stop him from eating whatever he wanted to eat. So he ended up in a psychiatric hospital in Toronto. It's called the Center of Addiction and Mental Health. He was there, and the doctors initially tried a class of medications called SSRIs and antipsychotic medications. The medications did not slow the occurrence of Pica, but it only caused sedation. And it gave him a little bit of weight gain. So they had to readjust and look at other strategies. The guy had an occupational therapist that worked with him while he was in the hospital. There was a psychiatric nurse, and there was a developmental service worker involved. And they were working with him in the psychiatric hospital. The behavior analyst there conducted functional analysis, which is a behavior analytic way of investigating why a behavior is happening. And they used once they did the functional assessment, they recommended training, fitting of the treatment, and we did a follow-up. The treatment included giving him protective helmet. So we had to, a helmet was created, put it on his head to prevent him from putting something in his mouth. The only time the helmet came off was maybe when he was asleep or if it was time to eat food. Okay? The helmet was also, we did something called increasing the effort that he had to put in to put something in his mouth. Response blocking was also a treatment. Differential reinforcement of incompatible behavior, another strategy, and then we fitted the treatment and brought him into the community. So our friend Jim, when he finished his training at the hospital, he was transitioned from the hospital to the community. I don't work in the hospital, but I work in the community. So I became the behavior therapist working with him in the community. And we were tasked with the responsibility of training him further in the strategies that he had learned in the hospital. Our friend Jim now lives in the community. And he's doing really well. He's a classic example of a multidisciplinary approach to supports: psychiatry, nurse, occupational therapy, speech therapist, developmental service worker. Not one intervention was used in this case. It was a number of interventions that were used. And we call that, when you use a number of interventions, that's a treatment package involving several professionals collaborating to help this gentleman. Now, our friend Jim now lives in his community in Toronto. He no longer has the helmet. When the last test was done, we put things around his area thinking he was going to pick and eat them. He's no longer eating them. He's now going grocery shopping with his workers. He's doing different activities. And if you see him now, you would not believe he's the same person that he was a few years back. So that's the case of Jim, and a classic example of how disciplines come together to help an individual working on evidence-based strategies to improve the quality of life of the individual. Now, there are times when you have misapplication of evidence-based strategies. The point I'm trying to make now is that even though we have evidence-based interventions, evidence-based strategies, you don't use all these strategies all the time. There has to be an assessment and determine which evidence-based strategy will work best at this time and for this individual. So if you're looking at misapplication, there are therapies and interventions that may have been used in the case of Jim, but we didn't because they were not appropriate for him. I know that's one of the errors that are made, especially when you're working with somebody who is not really very qualified. They read something off of the internet and they try to use it on your child. There has to be an assessment. That assessment tells us which of the strategies to use. Okay, let me give you an example of Blake. Blake is another gentleman that I work with, and he throws up. And we've started wondering, why is he throwing up? I couldn't figure it out because I'm not a medical doctor, so we referred to the doctor. And the doctor tested and determined that he was not having any medical condition that may make him throw up. So we thought, okay, maybe it's behavioral. And then we started observing and found out that this gentleman actually induces himself to throw up. Our assessment showed that he was doing that because that was the only time that he got attention from people. When he threw up, people will run around and say, oh, are you okay? Is everything good? He was getting attention. So he learned that throwing up actually gives him attention. But the staff that were working with him thought that, you know what, since the doctor said this is behavioral, anytime he throws up, he's making a mess, we'll make him clean the mess. So, and when he throws up, they will go get the mop and everything and say, okay, you clean your mess. That is an evidence-based strategy called overcorrection. So they make him do the work and all of that. The more he cleaned the mess, the more he threw up. You know what was going on? As he was told, okay, mop here, mop there, that was actually attention given to him. And so the staff thought they were making him do work, but in his mind, he was getting attention from all the staff saying, mop here, mop there, so he kept doing that. So the behaviors got worse instead of getting better. That is one of the ways that using misapplied evidence-based intervention can actually cause harm than the good that you intended. So again, we have to be careful about how we go about that. So I'm just wrapping up quickly, and I'm going to say to you guys, especially parents, when you're trying to hire somebody, you ask for their credentials. If you need a driver, you ask for their driver's license. If you don't, then the police will start taking advantage of you and all the other people on the road. So you need your credentials to show. If you're hiring, make sure you ask for it. Otherwise, you may be doing than good. What is the future direction for us? The future direction for us is quickly. Okay. There has to be collaboration amongst professionals. The fact that we are in competition does not mean we cannot work together. I can work with folks from Aro in Abeokuta. I can work with folks from Ghana. I can work with folks from Enugu. I can work with folks from Lagos. We are advancing knowledge. So for the professionals that are sitting here, let us come together and work together. And when we work together, we're able to identify gaps in our system. We're able to identify the need for training and the need for certification. We also need to come to the point where we begin to do some regulation in the system, because parents may not be able to do that on their own. They need us as professionals to come together and regulate, further regulate OT, speech, behavior, and other professions that are involved in supporting people. Yes, there are evidence-based strategies. Yes, there are evidence-based interventions, but people can read up on those and begin to practice even though they don't know how to do it. As families, I encourage you. I'm not saying kick away the people working with your kids. I'm saying hold them accountable. If somebody comes to you and is trying to work on the speech of your child, if the child is not saying anything and the speech person says, I can teach him to start talking, ask them, how long will it take? If the therapist says it's going to take 1 month, okay, you can sign 1 month. After 1 month, how many words is he going to say? If the therapist says he's going to say 20 words, write it down. After 1 month, come back and ask the question, has he started saying? If he has not started saying those words, then that therapist is really probably not doing what they should be doing. Hold us accountable. If I tell you I'm going to work with your child and help toilet train him, after how many months did we agree? 3. If he is not toilet trained, you need to ask me what's going on. If you hire somebody to do something, hold us accountable. That is the best way to ensure that evidence-based interventions are used with your children, your loved ones, and create a sane, inclusive community of people living with autism. Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Larry Duile, board certified behavior analyst, Behavior Price College of Business and Health Studies in Canada. And Mr. Duile, they're just advocating for evidence-based therapy. In his closing remark, saying that professionals should be held accountable and ensure that your caregivers, people who are offering services are licensed and qualified to do that. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Larry Duile one more time. All right, if you're joining us online, remember we want to know where you are watching from, so please leave a comment in the comments section. Let us know where you're viewing and participating from. Remember, we have the hashtags Be a Voice, the hashtag autism, but we're spelling it a different way. It's AWETISM. All right, we want those hashtags to trend on social media. So please tweet your comments, your questions on social media as well with those hashtags. And then send in questions in our comment sections. We will attempt to collate these questions and pass them on to our speakers and presenters. All right, we're moving swiftly to the next session. And this one will be handled by Amanda Budge. The topic is Inclusion is Transforming How We See the World, Education, Collaboration, and Paying Attention. So let's welcome Amanda Budge, who's an inclusive school leader and specialist educator. We can do better with that round of applause for Amanda.
Hi. Can you hear me? I'm very happy to be here today, being part of the Building the Community of Inclusion. I'm just working out, Lanre, you were having such challenge. I'm working. Let's see if I get anywhere. But I want to say thank you to Lanre for his presentation, because it is one of the challenges that we have working in the field of inclusive education, and with the diverse range of kids that we're working with. Still not coming. Ah, here we go. Hallelujah. Anyway, yes, I'll be coming a bit more of that in a minute. So my topic today is transforming how we see the world. And I'm bringing up 3 areas: education, collaboration, and paying attention. So my background is special education. I trained in the 1970s to be a teacher. That was a long time ago. And then spent the next 20 years getting involved in other things. So I was working in children's theatre for 8 years. And then I worked for 12 years as a professional musician, which fortunately brought me to Ghana in 1989. So although I'm British, I live and work in Ghana. I'm also a school leader, an advocate, and a musician. So when I started working in school, my first job was a special school. And I must say that my 20 years working in theatre and in music equipped me better than I could have imagined to work with children who are neurodiverse. It gave me the opportunity to connect with kids through music, through sound, through different textures, through opening doors and thinking outside the box. My first visit to Ghana in 1989 as a musician was the beginning of a seed that then grew over the next 20 years between my work between the UK and Ghana. And eventually, I landed in Ghana to set up a school in 2010. Can you go back one, please? You're jumping ahead of me. Thanks. And my school, Multi-Kids Inclusive Academy, was the first inclusive school in Ghana. It was a pioneering school because inclusion wasn't really on the map. In fact, in the UK, it was only just starting to be thought about. And I want to say today that it's really important when you're working in the field of inclusion to have a very big vision. If you don't have a big vision, we're not going to be able to transform the way people see inclusion and the community of inclusion. So my vision is an inclusive society where all people can live side by side, respectfully, and appreciate that we each have a unique contribution to make to the world. Now, this big vision is a big one, but as I said, it's very important to have a big vision. But I realized that having a school was going to fulfill part of the vision, but that I also needed to work in the community. So I set up Multi-Kids Africa, which is a charity where we could work in the community with parents and children and caregivers. And the reason why that had to happen was because, as we know, many schools with disabilities and many children with disabilities are not in school. So by centering on disability inclusion, we are creating a more just world for everybody, transforming how we experience the world through education, agency, and paying attention. And these are three very important words. Education has to be accessible, and it has to be engaging, and it has to be multidisciplinary. Agency, what's that? We need to empower our young people to have a voice, to be able to find what they're into, to be able to say or show what's going on for them in the world. And we, the professionals, need to pay attention to all the things that Lanre talked about. We need to ask questions, and we need to look and observe. Now, the thing about having a vision like I have is it's not everybody who wants it. One of the biggest challenges of running an inclusive school, where I wanted to have a diverse community of learners, is that some people don't want it. They're against difference, but difference is innovative. If we don't have difference, we're not going to have transformation. So I've got a quote here from Audre Lorde. It is not our differences that divide us, it is our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. So one of the things that we do at MultiKids is celebrate difference. The young man here, I encourage you to check out this link. I can't play it today because it's a BBC copyrighted link, but you can. This is a young man with autism who started finding his voice through mimicking sounds in his community. He lived near a tube and he could hear the and so he started making music by all the different sounds he heard around him. And it was because his mum was paying attention that he got the encouragement and support to move forward. And today, that young man has created symphonies. He is a classical musician without any training, but he can listen to Mozart and reproduce it. He's one of those autistics. He says he downloads music into his head. So just think about that young man's journey, that if he hadn't had a parent who was paying attention and a music teacher at school who was paying attention, he would have got left by the wayside, making noises that nobody understood. Okay, so I'm touching here a bit on the realm of multidisciplinary work, the importance. So at MultiKids, our child is in the middle of the circle of professionals that we need and the child needs to be able to get a good assessment, a good diagnosis, and then have the correct therapeutic strategy towards progress. So here, the parent, I would add the parent is part of the community, very important part of the community. And the inclusion manager there is someone who would make sure that parent and that child had a proper diagnosis, that would research all of the assessments that that child might have got to date. For example, a parent may come in having a hospital diagnosis and then a diagnosis from a different kind of therapist, and the parent is confused, that kind of picture. We need to research everything, all the documents that we've got, and that's the inclusion manager's role. And the inclusion manager will work with the multidisciplinary team. That's a specialist teacher, the class teacher, the teaching assistant, very important job, the therapists, the school community, and also the peers of that child are very important, what kind of environment they're experiencing. So we are now calling it transdisciplinary work. That means that every single one of the stakeholders in that child's life are communicating together and sharing knowledge and sharing information and coming up with a strategy in an individualized plan for that child. And yes, we must check that plan is on track, and we must keep checking in, paying attention. and the collaboration word. It's key to have collaboration between all the professionals involved in your child's life and their education. So an example that I want to just share with you is a young man who started at Multi-Kids when he was 8, and he has autism. He spent a lot of time sitting down at playtime, experiencing quite a lot of sensory overload, and scrunching up plastic bottles, water bottles. He loved the sound of the scrunch. And he was also tearing bits of paper quite a lot. And so he was trying to adjust to being in an environment which is quite flexible and noisy, because it's an inclusive environment, language rich, but sometimes a bit unpredictable, which he was finding quite hard. One day he discovered the IT techs room, and over the next months he spent so much time taking computers apart and putting them back together again. And so in a conference meeting with the family, it came up that he had always had a passion for speakers. And this young man's passion for speakers suddenly came out of him working with the IT tech. And then he eventually got an apprenticeship through Mum and the school working together with a speaker builder, and became a complete expert, and in fact left his master behind. The master said he was now learning from him, so he had become the apprentice. So this guy today has his own business, and he lives independently. He has some support around his living, but he's an independent person, and he also uses his bank card and travels independently. So there he is in his workshop there, in Circle in Accra. Hectic spot, not quiet at all, but he was focused on what he was doing. So I want to say that creativity is really, really important in working with kids with autism or with disability, all of those words that are used. And I used to say that creativity transcends disability. And I thought that was something that was so amazing, that with all the creative activities we did, that these kids were finding themselves. But more recently, since young people with autism and other special needs have started speaking out, they found their voice, and there's more advocacy, self-advocacy. I've now realized that actually creativity transcends ableism. I just want you to think about that for a minute. It's a different way of seeing it. We're not trying to invisibilize people with special needs. We're not trying to say, oh, if they do this, you don't notice. We're actually trying to say, hang on a minute, what's going on here? Why is there this obsession with normality? Difference. Remember, we want difference. Difference is innovative. So how do we get that difference? I want us just to quickly look at ableism. So ableism is the discrimination of and social justice against people with disabilities based on the belief that typical abilities are superior. Now just have a minute and think about that, because I'm sure parents and all educators recognize that. And it is one most single big challenge in having an inclusive community. At its heart, ableism is rooted in the assumptions that message-disabled people require fixing and defines people by their disability. Now, we know that people with disabilities need a lot of help, and we've heard in the previous speaker how important it is to get that right and to make sure people have got the right credentials. There's so much to do. But if we don't pay attention and see the incredible wealth of skills and talents and brightness that kids with disabilities have, we're going to miss them. Imagine Michael Fuller, the guy who was making the sound from the underground, didn't get noticed for what he was doing. He started creating symphonies. That could have got overlooked. Nani Yao could have ended up not finding his passion. So like racism and sexism, ableism classifies entire groups of people less than and includes harmful stereotypes, misconceptions, and generalization of people with disabilities. So this is what we're up against, folks. This is exactly what we're up against. And it's going to take all of us in this room to put together our visions and bring our energy for this movement of inclusion. Or we're still going to end up with children locked out of school, children in units cut off from everybody else. Multi-Kids has kids with severe needs, profound and multiple learning difficulties, as well as typical kids doing their thing, which we all know. But the coming together and the collaboration between these kids is incredible. There's so much potential in inclusion. So I want to finish up with a short video, which is one of our kids finding his thing, finding that moment where he had his voice. And for me, being a musician, I was thinking, he's scatting actually. So I just want you to share this clip. It's very short. If you could play it, please. So that young man found a moment, in that moment, that existed between all of us, and the focus, he took the mic and he took the moment, and that really changed so many things because it changed people's perceptions as well. And also all the professional musicians working there with him, it was about the child, it wasn't about them. So that kind of supportive environment is really important. Just like jazz musicians, the greats, their music came out of struggle. It came out of oppression and constriction. So I'm just finishing, almost finishing, with this quote from Thelonious Monk. I'm sure you all know him. He was one of the greats. He said, "I say play your own way. Don't play what the public wants. You play what you want and let the public pick up on what you are doing, even if it does take 15 or 20 years." So that for me is so resonant because, so far we're all in this together. It's going to take years, but just like the head of GTCO said, it can't finish after 10 years. It's never going to finish. Inclusion doesn't have an end. It's not finite. And my last page is just something for you to read yourselves, which I think is a very inspirational quote. Okay, thanks for listening. If anybody has any questions, I'm ready to answer anything. Okay, over to our MC. Oh, a question. That's great. Hi.
Who raised their hand? Okay, got it.
Okay, so I happen to be part of a regular school, not for special kids, but we have one special boy. He's been diagnosed with autism and ADHD. My school thought, because sometimes he exhibits this sensory overload behavior, it is right for him to be separated from the others. So I just want to find out, is it proper to have him separated from the others or put him together with the others.
I just missed the very first bit. So I heard that there's a child with ADHD.
Yes.
Who is being separated from the other kids in the school that you work in.
Yes.
Okay. And is his behavior hurting himself or others when he's in the...
He tends to hurt others as well as himself. He just jumps up and sometimes he hits them in the tummy, you know, stuff like that, yes.
Okay, so I want to emphasize that inclusion is a huge journey. So as Lanre said, has that young man got has he got a diagnosis?
Yes, he's got a diagnosis, autism and ADHD.
Okay, so that's a pretty challenging combination. And what therapist is he having at the moment?
The parents have a better idea. They were supposed to be here. The mom, I believe today she's doing online, but I've, asked her to come in person to talk strictly to professionals to get proper counseling and all that. So she'll be here tomorrow, hopefully, and she'll get to meet some of you guys, and I believe something better would occur from that.
Yeah, I think it's really important getting the right advice. And also, nothing is straightforward. You can't say it's right to have all children together all the time, or it's right to have them separated. But the idea is through slow, working slowly and orientated kids slowly to maybe more sensory input, they can adjust. But I would suggest that it would be very good if you can talk afterwards. That's a pretty big question, but of course, nothing is just a one-size-fits-all. Actually, that's what we're getting away from, is every child is different and every child needs a very strategic plan, and that child needs to have a strategic plan. Maybe he's going to be slowly brought back into the group when he can manage and is ready for that level of input. Okay, thank you very much.
We have time till 11:50.
Thank you.
Do you want to take one more question?
Pardon?
Do you want to take one more question? There's time till 11:50.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Hello. I wanted to ask, is there any comparison between ableism and autism? Any comparison with autism and ableism? Is there any comparison?
I'm not getting the second one. Autism and ADHD.
Is there any comparison between ableism
Okay,
and
I got you now.
autism?
Sorry. I just wasn't getting your accent.
A correlation?
Yes, there are. I mean, they're not the same disabilities. And if a child has got both of those diagnoses, it's challenging for the child. But there are lots of differences between those two. I think it's going to be quite a big job for me to explain where they come together and where they go apart. But or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder could really step into the same autism, because lots of kids with autism are hyper. So you would get that emphasized a lot more. You get the pickiness and the sensory integration disorder challenges with the autism could make children with ADHD find it very difficult to adjust. So, I mean, it's a big question. I think we'll hopefully have some time later in the panels to talk about some of those in detail. Maybe it might be good to write those questions down so that we could bring them to the panel. Anybody else? I think we're done. Thank you very much.
Can we put our hands together for her one more time? Thank you so much, Amanda. Don't get tired of clapping, come on. We say thank you to Amanda Budge, inclusive school leader, specialist educator. Amanda, like everyone else today, has challenged us to look at people with special needs as people that have special ability and not to be guilty of ableism. We need to enable them, to fit and to be found inclusive in regular society and not just set aside. There's a lot that has been said, and I know that a number of you have questions and you're taking notes. Please continue that. As Amanda said, during the panel session, we would attempt to address some of those questions. During Mr. Dewley's presentation as well, there wasn't enough time to take questions. So hopefully during our panel session after lunch, we can take some of those questions. And to our online audience as well, please keep those questions coming in. We have a team that would collate the questions, maybe put them together, because in reality, we might not be able to take every single question, so we'll try our best. All right, our next speaker is Beauty Kumesine, who's the founder of Blazing Heart Autism Center, and she'll be speaking on community involvement, my involvement, your inclusion. Can we welcome Beauty with a round of applause? Please put your hands together for her again. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, my name is Beauty Kumesine, and I'm the director of Blazing Heart Autism Center. Blazing Heart Autism Center was founded because of the passion we had to help children with autism and also help our community, educate our community as much as possible about autism spectrum disorders. And we have been in existence for 13 years, working in our community in the South, River State and Bayelsa State. Today I'm going to be speaking on community involvement because I'm a community inclusion advocate. And my main topic is my involvement, your inclusion. And the reason is because we all have a part to play in inclusion. We all have a part to play in the inclusion of children with autism spectrum disorders. We all have a part to play. We're going to be talking about a couple of things. I'm going to emphasize on a couple of things from my agenda, but we'll just go on from there. It's not too clear, but this is talking about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and it talks about the spirit of brotherhood. And then the SDG plan on inclusion, persons with disability, discrimination of persons with ASD. We want to let the public know that discriminating against persons with autism is against their fundamental rights. And we all have the responsibility to individuals with autism. What is community inclusion? It's a deliberate process that promotes the healthy development of persons with autism. And this is through inclusion in daily, family, and community activities, like we saw in the drama that was played out here. Participation in play and educational activities. Elimination of segregation and educating parents and peers, like what happened, like what we saw in the drama, and also development of variety of skills to promote the livelihoods of persons with autism. Overcoming barriers. There are different limitations that each and every one of us faces every day. I face a different challenge from you. you face a different challenge from your spouse or from your brother or your sister. But parents with autism, parents with children with autism face enormous challenges in our society. And these challenges can be looked at as, no, please go back. Lack of understanding of autism by parents. So we have come across a lot of parents that have said, oh, I don't know what's going on with my child. I think it's spiritual. I think my neighbor did this to him. I think my sister-in-law did this to him. And we're trying to say all of that might be true in our heads, but it's actually not true. And the more we emphasize on the negativity in our minds, the more the child gets deep into it without help, and that is not what we want for the children. Lack of understanding for education providers, because we have talked about the difference between segregation, inclusion, integration, and all that. We want to educate our educationists or our educators, owners of schools, more about how to include our children who have special needs, how to include our children who have autism in the mainstream class as much as possible as we see them thrive. Also, the lack of understanding by the community. We have different misplacements in our society, in our community, that range from, oh, I don't want this child to come close to my child. I don't want, because it's going to, autism is not transferable from one person to another. The more we include our children with autism in the society, the better it is for us. And you would see that the children will thrive and they will live their best life as much as possible. And we also have the quick fix mentality, where we want our children to be fixed as quickly as possible. Autism cannot be fixed. It's a different processing system for them. The more we think about fixing our children, the worse it becomes for us, because we lack the understanding. So we should try to eliminate the fix me, fix my child mentality. Supporting the community. We can support families and communities to overcome these challenges, the challenges that they face on a daily basis, and make the families feel less isolated in different ways by creating awareness. And awareness cannot be overemphasized. GTB has done a lot on awareness, and in our various communities, we have also done carried out different awareness activities. But awareness is not supposed to be just in April or just in the month where we are, August. Awareness is supposed to be every day, so that we're in the faces of, as disability inclusion advocates, as persons who talk about the advocacy of children with autism or of persons with autism. We're supposed to be in the faces of the community. We're supposed to be in their faces. I'm talking about autism. You listen to me when I'm talking about autism. This child with autism can do better. So we shouldn't leave advocacy or awareness to just April being World Autism Awareness Day. We should provide education and support to parents, which is very important, because parents need to be educated about what's going on with their children. We should encourage parents to also join different training sessions, different cluster groups of educating themselves, knowing exactly how to handle the children when their caregivers are unavailable. We need to direct this impact and make it work as a community. We have talked about, our speaker, Mr. Larry, has talked about evidence-based practices, and we need to also reach out to, GTB has done a lot in that regard, but we need to do more on funding of research into the possible causes, funding of courses to help us with evidence-based practices. I also talk about counseling, counseling parents on inclusion. The diagnosis, we all know that the diagnosis, when we get the diagnosis of autism for our children, is really devastating. It's really heartbreaking for us. So, as a community, we need to create avenues where we can talk to our parents and let them know that this is not the end of the world for them. This is not the end of life for them. We can help parents through counseling overcome social stigmatization and exclusion. We can help them overcome grieving over the disorder, autism, or any other special needs their children face. We can also help them as a community overcome the financial burden, which is very, very difficult, because we as a community, we need help. You need help with your finances as much as I can. But there are places that I need more help than you. So if I come to you to say, oh, please, I need help to pay this or that for my child, don't push me away. Don't push the parent away. That way they go back into their shell, and it's difficult to get them out. The parents also face possible blames and accusations, where they have, the spouses have it came from your family side or it came from my family side discussions, and that takes us to possible separation and divorces in the family. So if we have better counseling sessions or better counselors for our community, for parents who have children with autism, I think it will do the community a great deal of good. I need help. Okay. This, I'm not going to go too deep into it because Mr. Larry has already talked about intervention and evidence-based practice. I need help. Please, I'm going back. Yes. So according to a journal written by the Medical School of Sciences here in Lagos, 1 out of every 150 children live with autism. I'm sure that we know that the numbers are higher than what it said. And this amounts to about 600 children, which we know that the numbers are higher, presenting significant challenges for parents who require funding for their children. Typically, as a community, we know that things are hard. And we get to pay an extra for our children, between 60,000 to 150, and most times even more than that. There are a lot of parents that cannot afford this therapy fee. There are a lot of parents that cannot afford to have 3 square meals. And so I am pleading, if we can, speak to the conscience of the bank for the number of people that we have seen, for the number of people that we know that need assistance. If we can have a database to create help in that regard for them, to subsidize therapy fees as much as possible for them, I'm sure that that will assist these parents in helping their children on a daily basis. There are lots of thousands of children that have not been identified that need therapy. And without therapy, as much as we know, the narrative becomes negative. If we can help, if the bank can help us as service providers to cushion the effect of what the parents face, I'm sure that they would have a better life for themselves and their children. Can I just go ahead? Guaranty Trust has done a good work in leading awareness, autism awareness in our society and supporting the community. However, we have different faces, and now we believe that it's time to assist grassroots interventions and also grassroots support. We need to try as a community to access funds in catchment areas. If we can have Guaranty Trust Bank as a major funder to break down what we have, what we do every year, bringing parents together, having their children assessed, giving them tips for assistance for their children. If we can do that, break this intervention we're giving in Lagos to different other parts of Nigeria. I'm saying Nigeria because I'm a Nigerian and I know that it's difficult for people to come from the south-south, the southeast, down to Lagos just because they want their children assessed. If we can have this very nice conference, this very nice consultation, split out in different geographical areas, I'm sure that it will also cushion the effect of the financial burdens on the parents. So if we can have Lagos as the catchment, but have different other places, if GTB can take us to Abuja, if GTB can take us to River State, it's going to help a lot of parents, because coming down here is a lot of money for transportation, and we know how the situation of the country is with security. For transportation, for accommodation, for feeding and all, if we can at least think about that and break this event into different other parts of Nigeria, I'm sure that it will help parents for these how many days that we have been gathered here. And if also we can, if the bank can also help us identify, train, and certify therapists to intervene in these communities to help children with autism, it's also going to help us create a database for assessment, a database for evidence-based therapy and interventions. Doing this, we can further direct and redirect, foster interventions, and improve grassroots and community inclusion. The time for talk is over. Guaranty Trust, please help us. The time for talk is over. Let's be more active. Let's have these intervention sessions done in at different times of the year. Autism awareness is not supposed to be packed together for just, so after now, what happens? What happens to the children that we have seen? What happens to the parents? What happens to this beautiful ambience that we have? What happens to the parents after they leave here? Let's embrace the challenge and move from conference to actually directing community intervention. Let's help over 10,000 persons with autism spectrum disorders live a better life between now and the next 3 years. If we have a goal for that, as a community, as a bank, if we have a goal for that, I'm sure that we're going to try to meet the demands of our grassroots intervention. Together, we can do this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. We have 10 more minutes. Do you want to take questions, Beauty?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, so we have a hand in front on the right side. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, ma'am, you spoke very, very articulately on inclusion, but I felt like I would benefit more if you can be very practical in ways I can practice inclusion in my classroom as an educator, because I felt like it was generalized, and just break it down. Give me some examples.
Thank you very much. On this year's topic, I'm speaking on community inclusion. So I'm talking to the community. As a community, yes. There are other people that would speak on the classroom interventions, but I'm speaking on the community because there's a lack of understanding in our community. On a yearly basis, we have different awareness events, and this has posed to us as a challenge because our community is unaware that there are children with autism. They would normally term them Obanje or whatever name. So we are trying to demystify that in the minds of the community and focus on community-based inclusion for our children with autism to be included, not just integrated in the community, but included in the different activities that the community, like me and you, we do. But I'm sure that teachers or people in the teaching profession would be best to answer that.
Yes, so I guess that's the wrong way to put it then. So as a person in the community, if I am going out now, what are practical ways I can be inclusive and intentional about inclusion in my community as I step out now?
Yes, I'll give you an example of a young boy. I'll name him Tari. Tari has autism, and he's known to his immediate community, so his family, his gate man, his nanny. They all know that, oh, Tari has a challenge. So the lady across the road that sells bread also knows that Tari has a challenge because Tari goes there to her shop to pick up stuff without paying. And then she lets the mother know that, oh, Tari came to pick this, this, and the other. And the mother pays for, I'm giving you a scenario. The mother pays for the stuff. So there was this day, Tari went out, he wanted something, and he went out on the street. And the woman opposite him, or opposite the house, had closed her shop for that day. So Tari walks up to the next two streets, or no, to the same street, to the next two shops to pick up stuff. So Tari cannot communicate what he wants. Tari cannot communicate his needs. So he went on to grabbing those stuff from the shop, and then there was chaos. They held Tari. Oh, so as he grabbed, he was leaving, because that's the same thing he would do to the lady. Tari was leaving, and then the next man said, oh, you have not paid. I need you to pay your money. And this is Tari that cannot communicate his needs. And the second person came and said, you need to pay. The third person came and said, you're a thief. They almost started beating Tari until somebody that works as a mason person or so close by Tari's house, that also knew Tari or knows Tari on the street, came and said, oh, no, don't beat him. Don't do that. I know him, I will pay. And then he brought out his money to pay. We saw the drama here, and it showed, the first stage showed that the people did not understand when he wanted to play the ball, when he wanted to be included in what they were doing. They wanted to, or they chased him out, basically. If they had understood at the first instance that this child had or has a challenge, they wouldn't do that to him. So if we understand per child that this person needs help, they would include him better in playing the football. They will include him better in doing the same activities they are doing. They will not abuse the parents, the mother, to say, oh, it's from you, you trained your child badly, and you need to wash your child's head with coconut water or inside the river. If they understand better, they will do better.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have 4 minutes. We have a hand at the back, so if the question can come really fast, so that Beauty can respond within 4 minutes.
Thank you. Speaking concerning the community inclusion, there's a program being run by WHO. They call it Avada.
They call it what?
Avada.
Thank you.
It has to do with polio eradication. We have community informants that report when they see a case, maybe of a child between that 1 and 15 years, that was able to walk before now, and suddenly is not limping.
What's the question?
What effort is this stakeholders, people here now, what effort are we doing to take it down to the community?
The efforts we are making now is what we are doing now. We're talking to you, and we are giving you the voice to be a voice in the community. Thank you.
All right, that was a very breezy one. Let's put our hands together for Beauty Kumesine. I think the summary is that everyone here is an advocate. Everyone here can be an evangelist. Everyone here can play a part. Autism? No. Tell somebody you are sleeping. You are still sleeping. Now we're going to add to our chant, all right? We're going to add one more response to our chant. And this other response is, I am an advocate. Autism? You have to hold your fist up. Autism? Put your hands together for yourselves. You are that advocate, you are that evangelist, you can play your part, and we can tap into the strength of community. I guess within the next few hours and for tomorrow, during the breakout sessions, meet people, interact, engage. You'd find someone here that you can do something with in your community, in your own sphere of influence. All right, but please keep the questions coming in. Remember, during the panel session, we'll try to attend to some of the things that have been raised. All right, we're moving really fast to our fourth session just before our break, and this fourth session is by John Paul Horsley. He's an award-winning singer and autism support specialist. We don't know if John will sing today, if he's in the mood, and he's going to talk about My Life, My Art, the journey of self-discovery and fatherhood. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a thunderous round of applause for John Paul Horsley.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So, this is my first time in Nigeria. So I want to say thank you for inviting me to the 12th Annual Autism Program. I feel very honored to be here. I'm going to try and get through this as swiftly as possible. This is an informal conversation about my experience with autism so far as a father of autistic children. So let's crack on. So, these are some images of myself, number one on stage and with my group. You might recognize this guy in the middle. This is JJC Skills, and he's the director of Jennifer's Diary and Omo Ghetto and a few other programs here. My group is, you know, very well known in the UK and across Europe, hopefully in Nigeria also, I'm not sure. But, you know, in the future we'll work on that. Yeah, so I'm a part of a multi-platinum group. We've sold 3 million albums. I stopped counting at 3 million, but like as far as streams go, we're probably at like, you know, 4 million a year and stuff like that. I've been on numerous TV shows. I've created some documentaries as well. One of them was called Giving Up the Weed for Channel 4. I signed a contract with Sony Music, Universal for publishing, and yeah, I'm now a music industry insider. I am a songwriter, producer, artist, and an artist developer. I've worked with many artists that you do know, like D'banj, Tiwa Savage, loads and loads of the, you know, the up-and-coming Afrobeats artists. So I'm very proud of my achievements and accomplishments. I was actually born in Ghana in 1978. My father was a diplomat working with President Liman at the time. So we moved over to America in the same year in 1978. I was the last born of 7 children, and, you know, have a lot of great memories of my childhood. You know, having so many brothers and sisters, you know, it was like having a group of friends that, you know, we lived with and so forth and so on. You know, as a school child, I noticed that some of the teachers, though, used to talk about me and say, oh, John Paul, he's in a shell, he's not like the other kids, and so forth and so on. So at that stage, I started to feel a little bit different. I didn't really make friends or speak in school at all, you know, so that's pretty interesting. Here's a few images of myself, you know, me and my mum, me as a child growing up, and, you know, going through my different situations as a child. Here's more of my group pictures, you know, collecting awards and stuff like that. Okay, so there was a point after my music career that I wanted to have children of my own. I always dreamed of, you know, having lots of children like my mum and dad did and stuff like that. And eventually, you know, when I felt like my career had taken off and I was in good standing, I wanted to have children of my own. So when my son was conceived, you know, I had a lot of dreams and aspirations of, you know, what he would be when he grows up as well. I figured, you know, because I was in the entertainment industry, that he would be an entertainer as well. You know, he would be out, you know, speaking with people and so forth and so on. You know, Richard was always smiling. He was a very happy child. He never really cried at all. And, you know, we used to call him Happy Boy as a type of nickname and stuff like that. He loved the attention of his parents, his immediate family, and our close-knit friends. And, you know, in my opinion, he was hitting his developmental markers dead on time. Everything was good. But eventually, by the time he was maybe 1 year old, I started to hear a lot of questions. Like, My father, for instance, would say, there's something not quite right with Richard. There's something wrong with Richard. And I would be like, Dad, what do you mean? There's something wrong with Richard. This is my son. Please do not tell me there's something wrong with my son. And, you know, on his first birthday, we invited loads of people to come to celebrate his first birthday with us, and he did not have a good time at all. This was his first proper, like, meltdown. He was crying, could not be in the room, and so forth and so on. So obviously, as a father, I was affected in a very adverse way. It upset me, and I really wanted to get down to the bottom of what was going on. He had his MMR vaccination, and he had a really bad reaction to this MMR vaccination. He developed a fever, he started to hallucinate, and although he was very young and not really able to speak, he was saying a few words. And, you know, during this hallucination, he was saying these words, and it was, you know, really painful to watch. Again, I'm not saying the MMR created this autism, but I believe it created an acceleration to the autism that my son had, and so forth and so on. So eventually, the doctors asked us to go for a diagnosis, you know, go through the diagnosis process and stuff like that. And yes, eventually he was diagnosed as having autism. And, you know, the doctor just said, he's somewhere on the autistic spectrum. So I'm like, where on the spectrum is my son? Is he, you know, profoundly autistic, or is he high-functioning autistic? Is he this? Is he that? And because he was so young, he was only 1.5 years old when he got the diagnosis, the doctor was like, I don't know. So it was like, okay, you're the doctor. What are you going to tell me to give me some good feeling as I leave here? And there was nothing that the doctor could relay, unfortunately. So at the time, I decided to immerse myself and, you know, educate myself on what exactly is autism, what is my son going to need moving forward, and so forth and so on. So I started forward and so forth and so on. So I started, you know, really learning about, as they say, early interventions. What are they? Speech and language therapies, and just regular and normal interaction. I wasn't going to start not playing with my son because they say he has autism. I'm not going to, you know, start not speaking to my son normally because they say he has autism, or because he cannot speak back to me. Like, I wanted to find the best way to teach my son how to move forward, and so forth and so on. So that was my mission in life from that point. So yeah, again, when my son, you know, was born and stuff like that and went through his diagnosis, I promised myself that I would be behind him and support him in anything that he wants to do. Nothing really changed as far as my parenting to my son. I wanted to be the best dad ever, so I continued in that vein. It didn't matter if, you know, he was vastly disabled. I would have done the exact same things. There was no change. When he had a, you know, sensory overload, I overloaded him with love. I, you know, hugged him, I held him down. Thank you. And I just wanted him to know that, you know, his dad and his mum was always going to be there for him, regardless of situation or circumstance. Again, I had to ask myself, because going through the, you know, diagnosis process, they said, oh, he has hypermobile limbs. And I said to myself, that's good. I also have hypermobile limbs. Then they said, oh, he has really sensitive hearing. I said, well, that must be a good thing. I also have very sensitive hearing. And like everywhere along this diagnosis process, everything they said that was autism, what's the word? Symptom. I said, I have those same exact symptoms, but I am a very successful person. I'm a this, I'm a that. Autism cannot be the worst thing in the world at all. So we continued. And, you know, you can see my son, and I had other children subsequent to having Richard. You know, we all gathered around as a family and did things as normal. We went to the parks, we went to the zoos, we went to every single thing that I thought a child should be experiencing to give him the same experiences. So again, if you have an autistic child, don't keep him at home. Take him outside. Make sure they're having the normal experiences. Every child that is developing needs the same development opportunity at the end of the day. Sorry, can I? Yeah, so as you can see, we go to the beach quite regularly. And, you know, just as a family, we do things as normal as possible. Yeah, we can continue. Again, horse riding was one of the things that my son really enjoyed. Although he doesn't like small animals, big animals really, you know, really entice him, and he really loves it. So horse riding was one of those things, and he can control the horse. He can actually ride the horse by himself, and that itself was, for me, an expression of him being independent, which I really found brilliant, to be fair. Let's continue. So again, I started to visit autism schools, giving them my experiences, putting on concerts at these autism schools, because a lot of the children didn't get those experiences. They weren't going outside enough. They weren't listening to music at home. They weren't doing normal things. So I would, you know, enter these autistic provisions to give these children the normal experience, and so forth and so on. There, you know, there were so many touching moments. There was autistic kids that don't actually speak who were able to rap my verses back to me. And I was like, this is really, really amazing. Absolutely. So we started picking up autistic groups in the UK, people who found music interesting and stuff like that. I would take them to professional studios, and I would actually cut records, music videos with them. And, you know, the interactions between the autistic children, you would think, oh, there's a room of autistic people. No one's going to be talking. It was not the case at all. Everybody was, you know, giving their insight onto how the song should be produced or made, or what they would bring to the table. They really, you know, got into their lane and really ran with it, you know. A lot of the children that I've worked with are now artists themselves, which makes me, again, very proud of my work over there in the UK. Thank you. I did a documentary with Channel 4 more recently called Are You Autistic? And this is where I went through the diagnosis process myself. They tested my ears, they tested my eyesight. Can I look at a person's face and see what emotions they're feeling and stuff like that? You know, you will get a picture of someone, oh, that's an angry face. You get a picture of someone, oh, that's a sad face, of course. So, you know, there was more intricate things in there as well, but it was a basic diagnosis process on the documentary. I wish I could have shown you the whole thing, and maybe we'll work on it for tomorrow's speeches as well. But, you know, that was a very great process. I was actually diagnosed with autism at age 37 years old, if you can believe that. And I'm now 44. And yeah, I'm proud to be autistic myself. Thank you very much. I have a video that I've tried to line up. If we can play the video.
This is Big Bro, taking over the show.
Richard is a very keen listener of music. He just doesn't like my music very much. If he sees me on TV, he wonders why is my dad that's right next to me on the screen. It's a little bit confusing for him, but like it hurts a bit when he switches my song off and puts on one of his favorite records. With autism being a spectrum disorder, there's many things that may trigger a meltdown. Some of Richard's triggers are patterns and you know, funny shapes, also environmental changes. When you're dealing with someone with autism who is also non-verbal, you don't get a direct answer of this is why I'm going through this anxiety. You don't get that dialogue, you know. You just have to guess and kind of wing it. When Richard Michael was 2.5, his mother was pregnant, so we decided to move house. When we actually moved in, we noticed that there were places in the house that Richard just wasn't comfortable being in. Number one was the living room. Richard could not be in there for longer than 30 seconds to a minute without having a real bad panic. He would literally hang on to the walls, and where the couch was, he would be holding onto the couch, very much like someone was drowning and in rough waters at that. You never want to see your child in any kind of anguish. So, you know, it's really uncomfortable for as a parent to watch him going through that. We knew we had to do something about it. So we had to be very vigilant, and we worked out that it was the carpet. The carpet was terrible. It was like a really old Victorian carpet with a really bad, intricate patterns woven into it, recurring, repeating, geometric. And these shapes for Richard, they have like a million different possibilities, a million different ways that they could go. It had to be like a fluid thing, because when he goes swimming and sometimes he can't handle it, maybe, you know, the water is too deep, he starts panicking, and every time he was on this carpet, he would panic in the same way. So we ordered new carpets immediately. As soon as the carpets were changed and became neutral, he was happy to be in there, and his whole demeanor changed when he was in there. When Richard is about to have a sensory overload, sometimes it's predictable. Sometimes you can see it coming. So when I think something is going to trigger him, I may avoid it. But I think being a dad as well, I kind of want him to meet his challenges head on. It's one of those things that I find really difficult to balance out, what I should protect him from what I shouldn't. But, you know, now that he's 8 years old, I find myself letting him go and pushing the boundaries rather than being overly protective of Richard Michael, yeah. Thank you very much. So in closing, I'd just like to say, giving children a normal outlook on life is how, you know, to keep them happy, to keep them progressing, and to make sure that the end result is a positive one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Yo, make some noise. Okay, so do you want to take questions?
Sure.
All right, so if you just raise your hand, we'll try and get a microphone to you quickly. Oh wow, we have a number of questions. I'm going to take one from the back.
Hello, I would like to ask, what's your advice to parents who have children living with autism but are living in denial?
Oh, that's a really good question, to be fair. I've worked with many children, and the parents did not want to admit that their child had autism. And sometimes the autism is so profound that, you know, it doesn't take a specialist to say, oh, this child has autism. You know, again, especially in our communities in Africa and Asia and around the world, a lot of parents look at autism as such a bad thing. Some people will say, oh, somebody put juju on me and now my child is in this predicament. The reality is that autism is not the end of the world. In fact, it's just a developmental disorder. So the more you learn your child and the more you observe what he likes, what he dislikes, the better the outcome for the child in general. So I would say, if you feel like your child is a little bit slow, a little bit behind, a little bit different, it's probably a good time to, you know, get him tested and see if autism is actually on the cards, if autism is a diagnosis he could get, for sure. Hope that answers your question. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we have a hand in front, the lady in yellow. On the second row in front, yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My question goes like this. For parents with children with autism, okay, let me just summarize it. What is your advice to those who shut their children out of the social world?
Again, I think nobody should be shut out from the, regular world. Every child should have an opportunity at experiencing life and, normal treatment, even if you cannot articulate what your wants and needs are. Everyone should be accessible to experience, so do take your child to, number one, family functions, people that will also understand your child's predicament, and then open his world up to, normal stuff, whether it's going to theme parks or just regular parks regularly. Exercise is something that helps, autistic kids. Putting air in your lungs and learning how to breathe and pushing yourself in a physical way also helps in autistic circumstances. So do give your child as many normal experiences as possible. That would be my advice. No problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any other questions for him, or do we move on? Okay, right here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please, my question is, I want to know, because how were you able to, or how do you handle the stigma, let alone, more importantly, as an entertainer who has an autistic child. So how do you handle this feeling? There's this feeling. There's a way out, when, for example, when you take him out, how do you handle that feeling?
Again, it's a very, very good question, and a difficult one to summarize in short. For me, the reason why I come out and I speak about my circumstance or my experience is because I want people to know that I am also autistic. The outcome could be this. Do you understand what I mean? Your child could be as successful as you help him become. So with that being said, again, it's all about, number one, understanding your child, understanding what he likes, understanding what he needs to move forward, and help him get to that point where he is an expert, where he is a brilliant artist, or he is a brilliant speaker, or he is a brilliant artist, by way of drawing. He is a brilliant whatever. You can be anything and still have autism. I've seen it on a number of occasions, The best outcomes, obviously, are when parents are very involved and helpful and help direct their child into the career that they want to have. My parents, being African and stuff, oh, John Paul, you're going to be a doctor. John Paul, you're going to be a lawyer. It wasn't in me. I had to, I really enjoyed music, the repetition of beats and stuff like that. So music was my, calling. But for autistic children in general, they might want to be a driver. They might want to be, anything in the world. It's down to the parent to help guide and steer them into the career that they want to have, for sure.
Thank you so much. Can we put a hands together for John Paul Horsley one more time? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You can make that round of applause louder. Come on.
Thank you.
Celebrity, musician, artist, great guy. All right, so we have 17 minutes just before lunch. I want to have a little town hall, all right? So we know that after Mr. Duyele's presentation, we weren't able to take questions. So we're going to make it an open house now for the next 17 minutes. And if you have a question for any of the speakers or presenters so far, you can direct it to them, and I will hand them the microphone. All right, so since you're on that side, we have a bias to that side. So we'll take 2 quick questions there and then move to this side, back to back. Please make the questions very brief so that we can,
Okay, good morning, everyone. My question goes to the last speaker. I want to know if his son had to go to a special school or a school that's inclusive. As a school administrator, I noticed some things he said, like the patterns, the child feeling like drowning and some other things. For my school, we practice inclusive, and that means you might not be able to, get rid of all those things. You have pictures on the wall,
I think we have the
also.
question.
So
Let
what can we do in an inclusive education system? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I feel like, in normal schools, my son started off at a mainstream school setting. and he was there for a number of years. After a while, the head teacher had a meeting with me and said, oh, we're going to send him to a different school because he's not learning. And I said, what do you mean he's not learning? At home, you know, there is evidence that he is learning. Why is he not learning in this school environment? And they just didn't have the resources, to be fair. They might have had one teaching assistant that was in there to help, but, you know, my son would get frustrated by the other children who are running up and down and creating what I would call chaos for him. So he started lashing out and stuff like that. And I understood the need to remove him from a mainstream setting and put him into a special school. Since going to the special school, though, he has, you know, come up leaps and bounds, and, you know, he's on a totally different level. So I appreciate the, you know, autistic provision that he goes to today, and I think that was the best thing for him. For me, as an autistic person who, you know, went undiagnosed until the age of 38, I had no support in school. So as a child, I really, really struggled. There were points when, you know, I was behind a lot. I wasn't reading at the level of the rest of my peers and stuff like this. But when the conversation came and I understood my shortcomings, I went home and I practiced, and I went home and I read, and I did maths, and I did this and that until I was the best in the class. And then when nobody had, thank you very much, when nobody had anything else to say to me about my education, I almost became like the class clown. You know, I had so much time on my hands that I was cracking jokes with the other boys and this and that. And, you know, my behavior, I started to act out a little bit. But had I had the correct support, maybe of a one-to-one teacher, the outcome would have been vastly different. I feel like, you know, education-wise, I would have been on a totally different level. So with that being said, you know, autism being a spectrum disorder, some children will thrive in a mainstream setting, and then some children need to be in an autistic provision. It depends on the child, really. Thank you.
I think we just need to celebrate this guy one more time, man. Yo. I think just having someone, you know, be a living testament that you can be autistic and awesome, I think is a great sign to everyone. So we really celebrate you. All right, so one more question there quickly, and then we'll come to this side.
Yeah, thank you very much, the last speaker. You are a musician, and music is said to have helping calming troubled nerves. Do you think that getting in touch, studying music of kind, either piano or any instrument, will in any way help an autistic child?
Absolutely. Thank you, and very good question. I think music in general is a great therapy for a number of different conditions, including autism. Like I was saying on the stage, I really enjoyed the repetition of certain beats and stuff like that, and I could listen to music for hours and hours on end. Most of my family can actually play instruments. I was no good at playing instruments, but what I can do is program a computer to make it sound like whatever I want it to sound like, and that is called music production, I suppose. When I'm working with adults on the autistic spectrum at the Royal Bethlehem Hospital, one of my therapies is actually music therapy. So I teach people how to create music, I teach people how to write lyrics, and again, it's a very calming and you know, relaxing therapy for a lot of children as well. So across the board, I would say, yeah, music is a very good therapy in general. It gives focus to the child with autism, and it's almost like putting a puzzle together without any puzzle at all. So with that being said, it's like creating something out of nothing, which is what, you know, in my opinion, autistic children really love to do. Thank you.
Just to add to what he just said, music is fantastic, but if your child does not love music, it's counterproductive. So you have to first find out what your child loves. If your child loves to paint and you are throwing music at him, you are just wasting the child's time. You are wasting, it's not going to produce anything positive. All you need to do first is identify your child's interest
your child's strength. And I think it started off with, I think, the first speaker, the second speaker, they've all said, you need to know your child. You need to have that relationship with your child. If you have that relationship with your child, our children already show us by way of behavior, by what they do, by how they interact with the environment, they already show us what they like. So we need to listen to their behavior. We need to listen because behavior is communication. So you look at them. If they're picking the trains and then going around, that is what they like. Now you look at what they like and you start to channel it. Do you like cars? Do you want to toy with it? Is it the tires? Do you like to fix wheels? You know, things like that. Because everyone is saying music, everyone is saying creative. Oh, autistic children are creative. They're this, they're that. It's fantastic. We all want to have that, but we cannot all have it. That's the sad truth. We have kids that are mathematicians, they are good with things like that, but you're throwing that child into music. Do you think the child is going to thrive? The child is just going to keep going in circles and giving you a headache. And you just think, oh, this child is not even, I'm paying so much for music and he's not pulling his weight. You are paying so much for music because you want to. That's not what the child wants. Listen to your child. Watch your child. Let the child lead you to his interest. And it's when you have that interest nailed down that you start to record successes. Because it's when you nail the interest down, you use the interest to teach him other things, from life skills to functional skills to even education, academics, all those things, until you find your child's interest. Then you start to work on his needs. It's very important because you're hearing music, he's a fantastic person, he's done so well in his field, we're all, pumped up. But just remember that child first before you start going on any route.
All right, so that's Sholakwe Azazi, our fiery moderator. She will moderate the final panel session today. We have 9 minutes. You can see I'm very, keen with this time. You want to add something? Okay.
All right, thank you very much. And I think we also need to put it into context. So John Paul is also a specialist, an occupational therapist. He works with a mental facility in the UK. So there are some things he can do that you will not be able to do. I think it's important to put that into context and not just assume as a parent you will do what John Paul can do. So forget the fact that he's an artist, he sings, but he's also trained to do something so he could apply that to his children. You might need to seek help. Thank you very much.
All right, so that's, I guess, going on with the evidence-based approach that Mr. Duyele spoke about. All right, so we have a question in front. All right, so let's take this one and then that last one at the back, and that will be it.
So the takeaway here should be, parents, please join a support group. You will meet parents too that are in the same condition just like you. Then you can share information. You can know what will work for your own son. And be careful. Like Sholakwe rightly said, kids are different. The way your fingerprints are, so is autism. So if you've seen one child with autism, you've seen just that child with autism. And you see another child, that's just another child. So what you should do is to take your time to be your child's friend. What Paul said, he said he decided to love his son unconditionally. And that he decided to look at him and overwhelm him with love when he is overwhelmed with the tantrums. Okay? So you have to come to that reality where it is not about your own interest. It is not about your own aspiration, but about having a happy child. What is odd to you in that child might be the life, as if that child is breathing. The steaming, the flapping for the child is like breathing. So do not discredit that flapping. Rather, look at how you can bond with the child and help the child understand that, look, the sensory overload you're getting here will always be there. But what are the ways that the child can deal with it instead of you stopping the child from steaming, or stopping the child from spinning, or stopping the child from engaging in his own steaming behaviors. Thank you very much.
That was beautiful. Thank you. All right, so final question at the back. Can you run? Please put your hands together for our mic lady. She's doing a fantastic job. Encourage her now. Thank you. Yeah. The mic is off. Can we make it?
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Mr. Lanre, the first speaker. He mentioned something on Pica, and when he was talking about gym. Please, sir, can you give a little tip on how you can help solve the case of Pica for a child? Thank you.
Thank you. So it's a disorder that people who have it begin to pick on things that are unedible. They can eat stone, like Jim ate gloves and latex rubber gloves. So how do we work with such? Again, remember I was talking about evidence-based strategies. I may not be able to say how to work with the person that you're talking about because I have not seen and I have not assessed. I don't know what the behaviors are. However, when somebody has Pica, they want to eat things that are not edible. The first thing we want to do is understand why. Is he eating it because the environment is dirty? Because in the case of Jim, he wanted the environment clean. That was what the assessment showed. So if he sees any garbage, it goes in his mouth. So we figured that out based on assessment. Is he eating it because it is just available? Is he eating it because he gets some sort of sensory feedback from it? Or what exactly is it? So when we figure it out, then we know how to address it. Some people may want to eat things because each time they try to eat it, that is when you pay attention to them. So eating things may not be because they just want to eat, it may be to get your attention. So again, the first thing we try to do is figure out why that person is trying to eat what they're trying to eat. And once we figure that out, we can use different strategies to stop it. Maybe make it difficult for them to eat it, or block when they eat it, or figure out a way to, the way we say in behavior analysis, punish them for, punish the behavior so that the behavior does not happen. In other cases, we try to use strategies that will make it impracticable or impossible for them to engage in that behavior. Okay, so there are different strategies we could use, but it depends on why the person is doing what they're doing. I hope that answers the question. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for all our presenters and resource people? That was really beautiful. Thank you so much to Mr. Larry Duyile. Please clap for him again. To Amanda Bodge, Beauty Kumesine, and John Paul Horsley. All right, so we're doing fantastic with time. We are going to go on our lunch break now. For lunch, please be seated. We're going to hand out your lunch packs to you. Once you have your lunch pack, then you can then find a place. If you need to step out to eat or whatever, you can do that. But please be seated for lunch to be handed over to you. We're going to resume the session at exactly 2 p.m. So whatever it is that you're doing, please be seated back at exactly 2 p.m. And when we come back, we have just two panel sessions. The first one will look at the circles of care, and then the last one will look at the fact that it takes a village and a community to really support our kids and individuals that need support with the challenge of autism and other behavioral disorders. All right, so that's it. Lunch will be served now, but as I said, please be seated. I know a number of you still want to ask questions. After each panel, we'll also create avenues for questions. Again, to our online audience, we thank you for staying engaged. Remember, let us know where you're watching from. Keep tweeting with our hashtags, hashtag #BeAVoice, hashtag autism. Recognize how we're spelling autism. If you're in the room as well, please engage on social media with those hashtags as well. So see you at 2. Lunch will be served now. Thank you. Autism? Okay, no, now you're confused, right? Let's do the awesome one. Autism? Please put your hands together for yourselves. You are awesome indeed.
Learning something or feeling like we know what the next step is.
And my son's name is Chinaza David Okafor. He's 6 years old and he attends Patrick's. He was diagnosed of autism at the age of 2. Some people take it that your child is possessed. Some would say only God knows where they went to before, because I and my wife, we had the challenge of giving birth. I got married like 13 years ago, and my son came 6-7 years ago. He came in 2012. So we waited for 7 years for the child to come, So of course, the challenges that is involved, family pressures here and there, and then the child now came, and all of a sudden we now saw that he has autism. So a lot of people were hearing, who knows where they went to before the child, maybe they must have gone somewhere and they gave them an Obanje child and stuff like that, So those are the kind of things you will be hearing. People would advise you, give you negative advice, that are you sure you can cope with all this? Why don't you go and kill this child and try and see if you can have another child? Or why don't you quit the marriage? Do you understand? So they will tell
conference. What brought you here?
I'm here at the conference because I want to be a better teacher to help my autistic children. I've had autistic children in my classroom, and the truth is no training in university ever prepares you enough to handle an autistic child. Yes, I read English in the university.
Okay.
And
You're an English teacher?
Yes, I'm an English teacher. But you always have the autistic children in the classroom, and I don't want to criticize any child. I don't want to be able to see a child and not be able to help that child. So I need to listen to professionals who has been in the field so I can get knowledge to be able to help my autistic students.
Very good, very good. So we've had 4 sessions so far today. What would you say has been the most striking thing for you? You know, what have you picked out so far?
Okay, today, for me, what has been the highlight for me today is when I listened to the last speaker who discovered that he had autism at the age of 37. So it's possible that you can be living with a condition and not even know that you have that particular yes. And then I also love the fact that he's an observant parent, and I love the fact that he didn't live in denial and say, oh no, it's not true, God forbid. And for me, that was really, really, really yes.
What would you say finally to other educators and teachers who might either be participating online or watching this later? What would you say to them?
I would tell them, you need to be here every year.
Okay.
This is my 3rd year.
This is your 3rd year?
Yeah.
Wow, she deserves a special medal. Okay.
So, first of all, you need to be here. Don't assume you know.
Yeah.
Don't assume, don't be a 10-minute Google specialist. You need to listen to people who are trained for this job, people who have practical experience in this job, and you can get knowledge from them, and you'll be able to help lots of children out there.
One of the things that this conference is trying to do is really promote the building of communities, and I believe that as an educator in your own little sphere of influence, you can start a small community of other educators where you take some of what you've learned these past 3 years attending the conference, and then you start to build your own little community where you take some of what you learned to the field.
That's a very fantastic thing to do.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to you starting that, right?
Sure.
And then you can tap into the community that that GTCO has provided. I'm sure there are other people here, that educators like you, that you meet at the conference, right? And you can collaborate with them. But you also need to eat lunch, and I'm sure you're famished as well. So we need to let her go. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So we need to know when you guys Amanda Budge, who is an inclusive school leader and specialist educator. And Amanda spoke earlier today. Amanda, it's so good to have you at lunchtime.
Thank you.
All right, so you talked about ableism, and I'm curious. I want to hear a bit more.
Okay, well, so ableism is, I think it's come out of disability justice movement. Ableism has come out of the disability justice movement because we've been so busy looking at children with special needs as different and therefore not fitting into the society structures. So they're always lacking. It's the attention towards kids with special needs is negative. So the whole idea of ableism is, why don't we look at the fact that these kids are different and actually they have something incredible to celebrate? Why aren't we celebrating difference? And I said earlier that through difference we have innovation and then transformation, and that's what I was really talking about, is getting people to think about it. So we talk about difference being a negative thing because they don't fit into the usual patterns of how you test children, how you assess children, how you perceive children. So now we need to look at why do we hold those prejudiced feelings, and sometimes they're very negative and harmful and categorize and put people in these really awful places. And we know, like in Ghana, for example, one of the things that motivated me to set up Multi-Kids Inclusive Academy was that children were not in school. They were hidden away and worse, as we know, locked up and ignored and not part of society. So I think for me, ableism is about, let's start looking at it. So rather than what I used to think, which was creativity transcends disability, so that if you think about what that really means, it means that we're invisibilizing a disability.
Absolutely.
So somehow we're normalizing these children. We want to normalize them. So now looking at the fact, thinking about creativity transcends ableism, we're saying, okay, that's completely different. That is completely different. Through creativity and through inclusion, we can transform people's view of the society and get away from this idea of normality.
You don't hide the disability.
No.
Don't push it aside.
No.
Let's recognize it. Let's celebrate it.
And celebrate the extraordinary talents and we're all not perfect.
Yeah.
I've made so many mistakes, and we're all learning, and that's the most important thing. That's what I'm saying. Inclusion is not just a finite concept. It's a fluid concept that we all have to jump on the bus.
Absolutely.
If we don't jump on the bus, we're not going to change terrible discrimination against people.
Do you think, we look at national to play to really have this inclusion and to get rid of?
Well, does Nigeria have an inclusive education policy yet?
I'm not aware.
I don't think so.
Yes. In Ghana, does that?
Yes.
Okay.
2016, we had our inclusive education policy. And although it was slow to kick off, because I founded Multi-Kids in 2010, so it was quite ahead of its time, but although it's been slow to kick off, it is actually getting some momentum now. I mean, the government has a policy, there are inclusive education units, and there's so much more to be done.
Okay.
Mainly training teachers,
yes.
and training caregivers, and Multi-Kids Africa, my NGO, is really, that's what it's about.
Fantastic.
And also giving clinical experience and supervision to therapists, because that was something that's come up today, the importance of that.
Got it. And I believe a platform like this is also a good training opportunity for caregivers, for educators and teachers in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So that's something really special. Thank you so much, Amanda,
nice
for speaking to me.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Thank you.
Is that all right?
I think it's time to go. It's everybody. Yeah, it's everywhere. Here you go.
Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence and weave the thread of life in her gentle hands. A mother knows how to protect her child, how to swoop down and snatch it from the mouth of any danger. This is what they say. The mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limits, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you. This gift, this child who is still a miracle, this child who is still mine.
Hello. So you're going to get an email from your bank, but it isn't really from your bank, and I'm counting on you not to notice. Now that's settled, let's get to business. I need you to click the link in the email I just sent to you and then fill in your banking details. Please do not leave any information out. I will receive the details of your input on my end and then use it to access your account. I hope that wouldn't be a problem. I'm just looking for spare change here and there. And I'm sure taking a few thousands or all of your money would not shake you for too long. Money comes, money goes, right? I know this is an odd request, but please do not hesitate. And do not even bother to cross-check the email address. If you did, you would have noticed it's a fake address. But you wouldn't cross-check, so that wouldn't be a problem. And don't even bother to call your bank. What are you going to say to them? Hello, I'm just calling to confirm that the email GT Bank sent was in fact from GT Bank. Listen to yourself. So now, hurry now, click the link, we don't have all day. Well, actually, I do have all day. I'm relentless, you see. I will try thousands of tactics just to get you. And maybe one day I'd get you. Me and you. Like 5 and 6, right?
I want to welcome you all to the GT Bank Fashion Weekend 2019.
Makes me cool like crazy. I'm looking forward to great sales, great people. Hopefully do this again next year.
It's gonna be good. Tomorrow is gonna be fantastic.
This is actually my first time of being in GT Fashion Weekend. It's a wow experience for me so far.
I'm expecting lots of sales. I want to meet new people, and I'm ready to learn from all the master classes.
That makes me cool like crazy. That's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. What I want.
boy is going to, become like a normal person too, So I just believe God that everything will be fine. But if to tell you the truth, it's very, very tasking, and I wouldn't wish that for my enemy. It's very, very difficult to take care of a child that is autistic, So and it's in terms of finance, because of the fact that you want them to be independent. You just have to be patient to ensure that they learn those things that you want to teach them. Sometimes it's too heavy on me, and I just have to talk to myself to allow it go. But we will be able to manage. We just tell ourselves that we are in this ship together, and we just have to make this thing work.
Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence and weave the thread of life in her gentle hands. A mother knows how to protect her child, how to swoop down and snatch it from the mouth of any danger. This is what they say. The mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limits, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. But only the silence answers back, a shadow of a word, eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room, judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question, They cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly. The quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child, I reach through membrane and blood memory. Sit with you. Match my body to your rhythm. Vibrate back a love song. Even when your body is a wall I cannot get over, I will still love my way through to you. And I will wait for that one look, one step, one word, the power of one touch. I will offer up my back again and again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mine joy from this sorrow. Use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing, so that when they ask about you, I will offer up my voice when yours fails. Snatch you out of the mouth of any danger. Guard your ears from the voices that follow. Tell them you are otherworldly. You are magic and moon dust. You are a testament to a love that persists in spite of itself. This gift, this child who is still a miracle. This child who is still mine.
I mean, I don't even know why you girls bother at this point. Like, keep it up. It's me. I win. You lose.
Autism spectrum disorder is a neurological disorder that affects 1 in 59 children. Worldwide, I'm not quite sure.
So, healthcare transition is something that should be integrated to allow children with autism spectrum disorder to develop health skills and health knowledge, so they're better able to care for themselves, advocate for themselves as they grow into young adults.
Children with autism can sing, can dance, can do anything like every neurotypical child can do. We just have to consider their strength. So when we're talking about autism, we want to consider the deficit skills that these children have, and not all of them have the same challenge or the same deficit.
They need that social space to be able to function as well as other children without autism. So they need the social interaction, they need the social skills. There are social skills to be built. So inclusion is good.
Oriofe came to us at 21 with no skills.
can you believe that he didn't get early intervention? That tells you that you never give up. It's taken us about 9 years to get from the Ori affair of watering the plants to learning to play the piano in 6 months to working in the admin section before we introduced him into the classroom. Now he's a staff of Patrick's. That tells you that our children have the skills. You need to look beyond the challenges. If you look for it, trust me, deep enough, with love, with care, with a lot of expectation, you will get something out of it.
I've made a little table of important keywords. They're not always the ones that we want them to learn: rhombus, square, yellow, circle. It's help, it's hurt, it's she, it's he, it's me. Those are the key words that we want to be building with our children, so when it comes for time for them to express what they know, they can actually make a meaningful sentence to you or utterance to you that gives across information. Because I don't know how many of you have used the word circle to mean anything, really.
My passion is children with special needs. I think most people here who know me, that's what my life is all about. Visuals are a big, big, big part of it. Talking about what they might see or hear or smell. It's all about preparation, planning, preparing, and the visuals. Key things to remember in transition. Prepare a pack about the child's profile. Do that, so whenever the child is leaving you and going somewhere, hand it over to the parents and say to them, these are the questions you can ask, and these are the things you try and find out.
If we locked up these children, then it means even for us as parents, we've not fully accepted these children. So it needs to begin with you. It started with her, and you need to be able to talk to people about it.
If you want her to do anything, just tell her you will go to village. And she'll say, go to village, yes. Do this and you go to village. She will happily run and go and do it. Because she knows she loves village now. If we are coming home, she will cry for almost an hour in the car. She wouldn't want to come back to Lagos. She wants to go to village. And that's because she's been accepted. So that is our role.
You're not likely to find any particular gene that is necessary and sufficient for a child to have autism. What you would have is different genes which are responsible for different functions. And when you think about it, really, we're talking about language, repetitive behavior, and so many other things. There are different pathways to these behaviors. So it's not going to be one gene, one effect. But what we do know is that the heritability for autism spectrum disorder is high.
Mental health issues are more in children with autism. More than 40% of them could have mental health issues. So they can have phobias, they can have obsessive compulsive disorders, they can have anxiety disorders, they can have depression, especially the adolescents and the non-verbal ones, frustration. Let us begin to see whenever there is a change in behavior, the increased hyperactivity, the aggression, let us know they are telling us a story. Let us not say, oh, it will be all right, let's pray it out. There is a story, the child is trying to pass a message across. Something is threatening me. I am being abused. Somebody is hitting me. Let us listen to our instincts and do something about it.
We take communication for granted. Communication is a big piece in everyone's life. I remember I went to Spain and I don't speak Spanish. When I got to the train station, I was trying to get direction. Nobody understands English. So I had to use whatever I could. Pointing. Where's this train? Choo choo, choo choo. Train, train. So whatever the child, you know your child, the strength at home, look for it. Cut up pictures at home. You have pictures of stuff at home. Cut it up, picture of brushing his teeth, picture of eating. Use that to exchange, to communicate with your child. You're going to be the parent, you're going to be the therapist, you're going to be the teacher. Look for anything in the house that has picture of the child's daily needs and wants, and use that to teach the child to communicate.
Autism is different for each person. So one child's autism is not the same as the next child's autism and can be typified in different ways.
Children with autism can go as far
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we settle down? In less than 10 minutes, we're going to start again at exactly 2 p.m. Thank you.
The discussion shouldn't end here. So when you get to your different communities and you see a child, please be a voice for that child. Try and teach someone, at least one person, everything you've learned here today. You don't know when that person is going to make use of it. Be a child, be a voice to that child in living a fulfilled life.
All right, so we're still here at the GTCO 12th Annual Autism Conference, and I've got a handsome gentleman with me here. What's your name, sir?
My name is Onikan.
Onikan. So what do you do?
I'm a business consultant.
Business consultant at the 12th Annual Autism Conference. Why?
Well, part of what I do is organizational design, and it means that we need to pay attention, that I pay more attention to recruitment, how to strategize and then arrange your processes to make sure that the dreams and the visions of the organization is being chased and being met. Yes.
That's amazing. You would imagine that, you know, just caregivers and parents and educators attend a conference like this, but to hear that a business consultant would find it, you know, interesting to attend as well. So for you, what have you learned so far? What have you found?
Okay, first of all, the most important thing I've learned so far is that there is no one way of identifying or saying that this is the specific behaviors to expect from an autistic person. Each individual has how they behave, has what they are predisposed to, and how they react to things in their environment. So it's important to pay attention to what they are giving out so that you can know what the problem is. So that's one of the first things I've learned. Then I also learned that being in a community, don't first of all jump into conclusions when you see somebody acting a specific way. You need to find out, why are they behaving like this? How can I help? And then go to the second order and find out, could there be more to this person's behavior other than just crying out or misbehaving, or what is termed social misbehavior.
That is incredible. That is incredible. Thank you so much. We have to run now because it's 2 p.m. and we have to start the second session for the day. But thank you for stopping by.
You're welcome.
All right, so I have to go. All right. All right, so we hope everyone is seated. It's 2 p.m. already. If you're still outside the hall, please come in and have your seat.
Autism spectrum disorder is a neurological disorder that affects 1 in 59 children. Worldwide, I'm not quite sure.
So, healthcare transition is something that should be integrated to allow children with autism spectrum disorder to develop health skills and health knowledge, so they're better able to care for themselves, advocate for themselves as they grow into young adults.
Children with autism can sing, can dance, can do anything like every neurotypical child can do. We just have to consider their strength. So when we're talking about autism, we want to consider the deficit skills that these children have, and not all of them have the same challenge or the same deficit.
They need that social space to be able to function as well as other children without autism. So they need the social interaction, they need the social skills. There's social skills to be built. So inclusion is good.
Oriofe came to us at 21 with no skills. Can you believe that? He didn't get early intervention. That tells you that you never give up. It's taken us about 9 years to get from the Oriofe of watering the plants to learning to play the piano in 6 months to working in the admin section before we introduced him into the classroom. Now he's a staff of Patrick's. That tells you that our children have the skills. You need to look beyond the challenges. if you look for it, trust me, deep enough, with love, with care, with a lot of expectation, you will get something out of it.
I've made a little table of important keywords. They're not always the ones that we want them to learn: rhombus, square, yellow, circle. It's help, it's hurt, it's she, it's he, it's me. Those are the key words that we want to be building with our children, so when it comes for time for them to express what they know, they can actually make a meaningful sentence to you.
All right, we're ready to go. Can we shut the video down? Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, autism. You see. The puff has blocked the rice. Autism. Fantastic. Put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you. I'm now going to call on our moderator, who will then introduce the panel. Please make welcome Bukola Ainde. One, two. Can you please put your hands together for this lovely lady one more time?
Okay. Hello everyone. Autism? Great. Okay, so I'm going to call up stage my amazing panelists. I will start with Dr. Muhyiddin Bakare. He is the Chief Consultant Psychiatrist, Childhood Neuropsychiatric Disorders Initiatives from Enugu. Welcome, sir. Please clap for him. Dr. Abimbola Akinye-Lure, Occupational Therapist, Igbobi Orthopedic Yaba. Joy Ovioje, pardon me, Adeni, Behavior Analyst. You can sit down, please. Yes, please. Okay, so once again, I want to welcome my panelists, my amazing 4 panelists, and together we will be discussing circles of care. So I'm also a mother of a child living with disability. When it comes to taking care of my daughter and other children who have developmental disorders, you know, we want to do the best that we can in the circumstance, with the resources that we have, to ensure that they reach their full capacity. So I am very passionate about this topic, and I'm ready to dive right into it. Circles of care. And my first question goes to Dr. Oladipo Osowumi. Okay, so it's a known fact that when you're caring for your child that has a developmental disorder, in caring, the very first thing you need to do is to get the right diagnosis so that you can appropriately care for the child. Okay, and in my discussion, you know, with moms, because I also have some support groups for mom, and you ask them, okay, what disability does your child have? They'll say, oh, my child has autism, my child has this, my child has that. And when you ask, oh, how did you get the diagnosis? And the mom will say, oh, the SEND teacher in my child's school, or a regular teacher, or a pediatrician, or the speech therapist said that my child has autism. So, sir, my question is this. where is the appropriate place, or who is the appropriate person that can diagnose a child with autism or other behavioral disability?
Good afternoon, everyone. So, neurodevelopmental disorders, one of which is autism, which we are talking about, is one of the childhood problems that any child could have. So it's important to know that essentially neurodevelopmental disorders are more like a salad. You have a lot of things on the plate, and then you need to actually sort the ingredients to know where the main problems are. So it's important that you not just have a diagnosis, you have proper assessment. So the first thing is to identify what the problem is, and then to assess what you need to do. So it's an assessment and a diagnosis. So to make a diagnosis, at least within the purview of this country, you need a mental health physician who is familiar with child and adolescent care. But it doesn't end there. The assessment is done across all the multidisciplinary team, such that everyone assesses the child for where there are issues. So, because all you need to do is to have a targeted goal. So, for example, or let me say essentially, what you need to achieve is a child to have independent living for the appropriate age. Now, the independent living for appropriate age will include some level of social communication, some level of language development, some level of phonation, speech, social interaction, and functioning occupationally. So it might not, occupation in this sense is not the child going to an institute to work. So for example, if you have a 6-year-old child, you expect the child to be able to help you within the home. Probably if your phone is ringing, can let you know. So that's still occupation. So essentially what you need is a proper diagnosis and assessment. They go hand in hand, and then you need the whole gamut of the mental health professionals. But in terms of the diagnosis, you need the doctor to get the diagnosis for you, because you need to sort out what it is and what it is not. So you could have symptoms of ADHD, communication disorder, autism, intellectual disability in the same child. So it's important for you to know what exactly is the problem and what are the other things attached to it. If you don't do that, you'll be fishing. And that's exactly what you need. Thank you.
Yeah, you said, sorry, don't drop your mic. You said the doctor to assess who exactly should be the person, the specific person that will diagnose the child.
The mental health physician.
I didn't hear that.
The mental health physician.
The mental health physician.
We know them as psychiatrists.
Okay, so that means for a parent now who suspects that the child has maybe developmental disorder as regards behavioral disorder, they should come to the psychiatrist, not the teacher in the school, not the speech therapist.
Yes, so now, like all any other mental health disorder, you essentially can break the problem into 3. So you have a physical component, you have a social component, and then you have a psychological component. So what the parent might be aware of might just be the social component, which might be a particular behavior, okay? So what exactly is the problem that is leading to the behavior, okay? So when you have an assessment, we can now break down the problem into other subspecialty. So the child can have a speech problem, and then we need to know, okay, what particular speech problem he has, or we can have a behavioral component of the disorder and then break it down to say, okay, the behavior analyst, the psychologist, okay, go look into this, and then we all have a goal that we want to achieve. So we are not just working independently, we're working as a team. So it's more of a division of labor. So somebody says this is the problem and then divides the labor for everybody to achieve. So it's not a one-man activity, you understand, but somebody needs to point the direction so that we're not going in different directions.
Thank you very much. So I'll come back to you. Okay, so over to Dr. Muhyiddin Bakare. Is there a cure for autism? You may wonder why I'm asking this. You know, I've met people who try to sell me stem cell drugs. People have told me to go to India for surgery and other procedures. People have said you can use diet to cure autism. People have said, okay, buy different food supplements and they will cure whatever your child has. So with the groundbreaking research that is done all over the world, maybe you are aware, and parents need to know, because we know that some parents have traveled all over the world in search of a cure for their child's medical condition. Is there a cure for autism?
Well, autism as it is, as it's defined, is a multidimensional problem. And symptoms presentation varies from one individual to another. What may be the problem of one child is quite different what may be the problem of another child. And some symptoms might be more accentuated in a child and will not be seen in another child. So to manage autism, it all depends on the assessment of that particular child. Identify the area of deficiency of a particular child. What are the need assessment of a particular child? Then you can now focus your intervention on those areas of needs. So intervention is not sort of universal for every child with autism. There are some children with autism that are selective with their food, that need to see a nutritionist. Intervention can be provided. There are some autistic children that are very hyperactive and easily get agitated, to the extent that they might even need medication to contain agitation or restlessness. So the presentation is different. So you cannot put all of them in one basket and say this is the treatment for autism. It all depends on what are the needs of each child. So identify their needs and provide intervention in line with those needs. So prognosis, some children as they grow up, if they find adequate intervention, they grow out of the symptoms and they function properly. And they develop, some of them have exceptional talent, and they develop this exceptional talent and become useful adults.
Great. So what should I say to a parent who comes to me and says, there's a particular supplement that I'm told that if my child takes this supplement, my child is going to come out of it, like you have said. Or there's a particular procedure in India, should I go to India? Because they seem to have this groundbreaking. These are real life issues that we see every day. Parents have spent millions of naira and in dollars in search of a cure. So I want you to say it as a professional that you are. So should we keep trying all this? Should we use our children as guinea pig? Keep trying, keep trying. What will you say to that, sir?
It is obvious that parents that have issues with children with autism, they are very desperate and they are looking for intervention anyhow. So any other chronic illness, say sickle cell disease, for example. For example, I suffer from sickle cell disease. I know a lot of things I went through when I was a child. My mother taking me from one herbalist to another, taking me from one local churches to another. They seek intervention anyhow it is. The same thing happened with autism. So the parents are desperate and they are looking for intervention everywhere. So when they sell them a lot of myth, they are likely to fall into it. So we need to advise them that each individual child with autism have differentials of symptoms that they need to look out for, and that is where intervention should focus.
All right. Thank you, sir. So over to Joy. Okay, so Joy, you're a behavioral analyst. Now, I'm going to go into the education sector right now, because as a parent, we've heard about early intervention, and we know that education is part of it. So we want to key into it. But some will say, oh, children with autism only thrive in special needs centers. Some will say that children with autism and other developmental disorders will benefit from inclusive education. So the question is this: when is it appropriate to place a child with autism in a special needs center? And if a parent decides to, okay, let me take the question one after the other. Right. When is it appropriate to put a child in a special needs center? School.
Wow. Hello, everyone. Okay, when is it appropriate? Okay, so I'll just start from my foundation. Okay, so I started my career as a special needs teacher, and I did that for 5 years before I went into behavioral analysis, because I was in search for an evidence-based therapy. So I knew that I wanted to be tracking and then charting every child I work with. I wanted to be charting their progress. And I didn't get like a comprehensive or a direct document that could do that until I got a chance to train as a behavioral analyst. So I'm thinking that everyone will be expecting me to say, oh yeah, when the child is 3 years old, the child can function in the mainstream, or when the child is this, can do this. So I don't have a direct answer to that. I will just go into like a little thing I learned when I was doing my master's. So I learned that inclusion, it's actually the best, right? But when do we decide to bring the child into an inclusive setting? So for example, you have a child that comes into the class where there are other typical kids, because the school is an inclusive setting, and the child goes on to hit other kids, you know, like poke them or smash their tablets, right? So what do you think what do you think every other child in the class will be doing when they see that child? You know, they want to run away, you know. So, and then, okay, now the answer will be take him to a mainstream, take him to the special school, take him to special school. Is that the solution? Right. Okay, so that is how I learned it. So a child goes into a school and is admitted into a school, and then he starts doing all of these behaviors. We're going to go back. As a behavior analyst, I won't say this is it. There are different things that cause, that make a child to do whatever it is the child is doing. So that's why I cannot really say, oh, the child has to be in a mainstream. So there are some behaviors that we'll see in the school that will not make us want to, you know, because now the first thing is, this behavior, is it socially appropriate? And is it socially acceptable? So if a behavior is not socially appropriate, then we can think of how do we help this child so that at the end of the day we can bring them into an inclusive setting. So at that point, we might be suggesting to the parents, after an assessment, to go and get help from special schools. Okay, so special schools, again, goes back to what Mr. Larry talked about this morning. What do we have in special schools? Do we have all the therapists ready? Do we have, if we have therapists, speech therapists, occupational therapists, all of that, that could help each child, particularly to like things that the child needs to learn outside the inclusive setting that will make the child, at the end of the day, be brought back to the inclusive setting. So are those things are available in the special schools? That's another thing. So it's not a question of, oh, the child has to be in a special school. Oh, the child has to be in an inclusive setting. So it's a question of, okay, if the child is going to be in the inclusive setting, does his behavior fit into the setting? And inclusion does not really, inclusion does not really mean that, okay, the child has to just be in a class. Inclusion has a long, it's a long track. You know, you come in first. You don't just leave the child in the class. There is someone, if the child needs a shadow, there's someone that should be available to, someone that has been trained according to what we've learned today, and that can meet the needs of the child. And then gradually, because inclusion is not integration. Integration is make the child fit into the school, follows what the school does. Inclusion is the school also looking at the challenges of the child and also coming to a balance. Yeah, and then special needs center. Yeah, very good. We have some of them in the country, but do they actually have those therapists who are being supervised by their, higher certified specialists? Do they actually have those people on ground? How are you tracking the progress? At what time would the child be absorbed again into the inclusive setting? So there's a lot with when it comes to inclusion, and there's a lot, I feel.
Okay.
So may I just add that for every child, it's not a one-shoe-fits-all. So it's not whether you're going to be in the mainstream or you're going to be in the specialist setting. So for a particular child, the assessment needs to be done part-time. If you do an assessment of the child and you feel from the assessment a child will benefit from a specialist school, then you add. Then if he's going to do better in a mainstream school, you do. So it doesn't mean once you assess once, then that means the child will go through the mainstream all through, or will go through the specialist setting all through. So you need to assess the child from time to time to know what will benefit, because each milestone will determine exactly where the child will fit into. So nobody's going to tell you, or a proper specialist will not just tell you, okay, you will be mainstream all through, or will be in a specialist school. So at a certain stage, they might need either. So it's important your child is well assessed, and then you'll be advised on what you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution, but we're not done yet with inclusion. We're coming back.
I don't know if I may add to that.
Please do, sir.
The essence of inclusion is to reduce stigma. We do inclusion for the purpose of reducing stigma. Inclusion is very important, and I've advocated that there should be a special school inside the main school compound, whereby any child that needs special school environment will be in the same environment with typical children going through mainstream school, so that when they are together, those children are familiar with them, they've seen cases like this, it's not strange to them, and they won't be discriminating other children. So the reason why we do inclusion is to reduce stigma. And inclusion is very important with stigma reduction.
Thank you very much. And we'll still come back to inclusion, because I have a personal story to tell. Inclusion has worked for my child. So that Dr. Bimbola will not feel left out of this discussion. Okay. So, Dr. Akinyalure, over time, I mean, you and I have discussed this over time, whereby parents say, what is the job of an occupational therapist? Why do I need an occupational therapist? What is the difference between physiotherapy and occupational therapist? And why can't I just employ one person to do both? I don't see what the man is doing. Please, I can't afford him. Over to you. Please convince your audience.
Thank you very much. Occupational therapy is the use of activity. Activity in occupational therapy should be medically prescribed. It has to be professionally administered. And there's a reason for giving activity. We don't just give activity. People give activity randomly, activity. Activity should be purposeful, should be goal-directed, should be enabling, and there should be a reason for an activity. So occupational therapists, we use activities, we don't give injections. So activity is for us. So because we have what we call activity analysis, there's a way we upgrade and downgrade activity. So physiotherapists don't use activity, occupational therapy does. Occupational therapy we deal with fine motor skills majorly. We use fine motor skills, hand functions, and fine motor skills involve small muscles like flexors and extensors of the hands. And the physiotherapists deal with more of large muscles, that's the gauze coordination. So you see physio, maybe gait training, the normal gait training, jumping, physiotherapy do more of passive and active mobilization. So occupational therapy do active and passive mobilization with activity. So occupational therapy deal with function. Ours is function. We want you to use your hand to write. After the physio have done their passive and active, we are the owner of function, because the main aim of occupational therapy is independence. We want you to live within the limit of your disability, even if full recovery is not possible. So that is occupational therapy. Occupational therapy is very, very deep, because we do more with cognitive, ADL, higher ADL, basic ADL. The basic ADL are the things we do on a daily basis: bathing, washing, combing. A physiotherapist will not do ADL training. Occupational therapists will do ADL training. We have what we call higher ADL, that's instrumental activities of daily living, which has to do with what? Shopping, money management, going to bank, community integration, cooking, a lot like that. A physiotherapy will not do that. In the case of cerebral palsy, for instance, a child might have spastic or flaccid model or atetoid. Occupational therapy, a physiotherapy will do its own passive and not a normal stretching. Occupational therapies will normalize the muscle tone so that the patient can function. We both work together. We work together. We both work together to achieve a goal. So it's a holistic approach. For example, there's a case we call Erb's palsy. It's a birth injury. Most times the physiotherapy work on them, and later they began to refer them to occupational therapy. Now most of those kids now they're in the normal school now. They are writing with their hands. So occupational therapy is very deep, and it's just deal with function. We want you to use your hand, and even for adults living with autism, we have what they call vocational evaluation. We have vocational assessment. In most times, you see a boy, maybe an adolescent at the age of 14, 15. They are still doing, they want to do pencil, what they call coloring, numericals, and things like that. These guys should just go for vocational assessments to pinpoint what he's going to need to live in life. When a boy is 15 years old, you are still doing coloring. So at the age of 25, are we still doing coloring? That is it. But I don't understand. Are we still doing coloring? This guy should have a life, should live independently, should be able to live on his own. So as is independent living, we want you to live your life independently. Simple. Thank you.
Mr. Akin was so passionate, fighting for his job. But he didn't. Please take your microphone and repeat after me. I hope with these few words of mine, I've been able to convince you and not confuse you that occupational therapist is as important as physiotherapy. Okay, so over to Dr. Showumi. So I'm going to twist, this circle of care a little bit. We're talking about caring for the children, but I've come to realize that as parents of children with disability, you can't give what you don't have. So when a parent comes for their child's diagnosis, I realize that parents need as much help as their children, for them to accept their child's new reality, for them to accept the journey before them, for them to embrace, what they are going to face. So my question is, when parents come to you, do you automatically step into the shoes of a counselor, or this has to be rooted through a formal process of getting them to see counseling? And if this is not the case, how would you suggest that we handle this professionally? Because when the parent is not balanced, they can't properly take care of their children with autism.
Thank you very much once again. Okay, so let me just make it very simple. Primary care, just like GTB is promoting, we'll start with advocacy, okay, where you need to do some level of psychoeducation and then make sure initiatives and then push towards policymakers. So when a client comes to meet me, the first thing is to evaluate their level of knowledge concerning what they think their problem is, or let me start this way, what is the problem they're bringing, and then have a view of what the knowledge they have concerning the problem. Now, in the course of the evaluation of the child, you need to also understand the process or the position of the caregiver. Sometimes the pathway to care is so long and so traumatic that you might actually need to treat the caregiver before you might even start with the child. So it's important that we inform them and educate them extensively. Now, the education will cut across all the aspects of what the illness is. So you need to let them know the physical component of autism, the psychological component, okay, and then the social component. And then in the process of evaluation, you know where the major problems are, and then you need to address them. So for example, most often than not, diagnosis is not a one-off thing. You need to evaluate the child within the nuclear family setting, within school, within the community, whether it's religious or a social community setting. So you need to look at where the problems are, and then what information does the caregiver, the parent, have. So if the caregiver believes it's an arrow from the village, I mean, you need to re-educate. I mean, telling them your child has autism is like trying to, trivialize what they think is a spiritual problem. So you need time, and then some of this information have been ingrained to them because within the African setting or any setting, I mean, people feel relieved if you don't know the cause and you say it's spiritual. Everybody understands what is spiritual, we cannot be handled physically, so they feel at rest that, okay, it's spiritual, so it's not my fault. But you need to take time to explain all the medical jargons in very simple terms to them. Sometimes the level of education of the caregiver might need you to repeat the things over and over, and then, so that they really understand. Because if they don't understand, they might not even accept whatever you say. So when you get to the area where they then understand, then you need to also let them know that they are partners. So what you're doing it in such a way that at the end, the caregiver it will implement everything along with you. It's the essence of the Aru village community that was done by Lambo in the care of mental health. So it's not just the specialist domineering, but letting the caregivers and people within the community be part of the treatment. If you come to see me an hour, 2 hours tops, the rest of the day, the child will be with you. So you need what to do part time, how to recognize the problems, you understand the first 8 things you need to do, how to solve minor problems, and then we go on from there on. So it's not a straightforward thing, and it's something that takes time. It's a partnership thing, and then you need to be patient. So for example, it will be easier with some parents, and then it will not be easier with others. So it's not just even their educational qualification. You could have a professor who is deeply ingrained in cultural setting, and the cultural setting is more acceptable to him. So he believes he's spiritual, and then all this English you are saying, he doesn't believe in it. And you could have somebody who is a lay person who believes whatever will be, and then if you tell them, give them some information, and they say, okay, let's give it a try, and then they go along with it. So you need to be patient and then carry the caregivers along. So that's what you need to do. So it's not just sending them to a professional counselor. So is the counselor, does he understand the problem? Will he be able to give the information? In my opinion, I think if you're going to give the diagnosis, you should be able to explain appropriately. Because if you don't carry them along, he doesn't know why this speech therapist is needed, he doesn't know why the occupational therapist is needed, and he doesn't know why they need to walk along to have a particular goal. If you're not careful, the person has different people who are not working together. One is thinking of the child going to Kanu, the other is thinking of the child going to Canada, and then the other person is thinking of New Zealand. So at the end of everything, it gets so much information overload, and then nothing is achieved. So you really need to carry them with all the patience you can, with the information, one step with patience. It's not easy, because some people have been given so much information that you really need to rearrange the information to help them along.
Yeah, like what you said now, you know, in some countries you have social workers that are attached to each family that goes in to see how the child is doing, how the caregiver is doing. What do we have in Nigeria?
We also have social workers.
We do?
Yes, we do. We have social workers. But what the community needs to know is that we have public settings and then private settings. So we have public institutions, private institutions. We know we have human resource limitation within the country. The country is generally, categorized as a resource-poor country. So sometimes you might not find them available in private settings. So, but in most public institutions, like in my institution where I work, each client or patient has a social worker attached to him, and they do as much as go home. I mean, during the course of this conference, I've had a social worker call me concerning a patient who couldn't get a medication, needed assistance, and then we got the medication, and then the patient is saying, I don't have money, can you sell the medication for me and give me my money back? So, I mean, those are social issues. We've had the opportunity where a child with a neurodevelopmental disorder was abandoned within the hospital for 10 years, and then the social worker was able to trace the child to Oshun. So what happened was that we kept tracing, thinking it was somewhere nearer, until somebody came from Oshun and recognized his school uniform and said, this is the school I went to in this place. And then we had to do tracing and go on. So we do have social workers.
Thank you very much for that information. Okay, so over to Dr. Muhyiddin. Dr. Meeting, in 2017, my daughter was physically assaulted by her physiotherapist, and I had to go to the media to get some form of justice for her, and also to create awareness that therapists do abuse our vulnerable children left in their care. So another therapist got in touch with me of late to say that another therapist, was caught assaulting another child on CCTV, and as usual, the parents didn't want to go to the police for obvious reasons. So I said it's high time we start naming and shaming so that these therapists will not go to another parent and abuse their child, and will just say, go, stop working with me, So my question is this: how do we guide our children from being, whether assaulted, abused by therapists that we count as professionals? And when this happens, what is the right procedure to handle it? And will the child also require some form of therapy, as in mental therapy, for what the child has gone through? So those are three questions. How do we guide against it? If it happens, what's the procedure? And what the child will require from what has happened to him or her? For you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Children with developmental disability generally they are vulnerable. They are vulnerable because of their intellectual development, and they might not have good judgment regarding what they are doing. Some of them can come across the law and be arrested by police for no reason because they don't know what they are doing. Some of them might be bullied in school environment because they appear placid and they don't seem to defend themselves. So many people are judgmental because of their state, and they might abuse them. It happens a lot. The society that says the way we treat our most vulnerable dictates the kind of people we are is very important. And all these things rest on education. Education, education, education again. If we educate our people very well, they will protect our vulnerables. Our vulnerables cannot protect themselves. In more advanced countries, such children may carry a label for easy identification to say, I'm autistic, I have autism. And they will easily identify them so that if they misbehave in the public, in a social setting, they can protect them. But in our environment, it's not like that. So what we need more is to continue educating our populace in the area of disability so that they can treat people with disability with dignity. And again, we need a lot of law and policy that will protect people with disability. I think we have some laws in Nigeria, but the full implementation is the problem. At least we have the Child Rights Act, which protects children, every child, with disability or without disability. But our justice system is able to push it through when there is injustice to somebody is the issue, and the time it takes to get justice. And recently in 2019, we signed the Disability Act, which protects adults with disability, that all buildings must be accessible, must have access for people with disability, things like that. And they should not be discriminated upon. The law has been there. They put a projection of 5 years for people to accommodate it. And this is almost 3-4 years running. I don't think we are doing something about it. It's about pushing through with justice through existing law that is the problem. And that rests in the purview of our lawyers, human rights lawyers, to do more advocacy, especially for people with disability, both children and adults.
Thank you, sir. Yes, please.
I would like to add more to what you have said. For the therapists, I mean the occupational therapists, physiotherapists, speech therapists, we have a body called MROTB, Medical Rehabilitation Therapists Board of Nigeria. They are the ones that license all of them. So they have their own regulation as regards this. They have their laws. So if there's, in case of any abuse, they should report to them their consequence, and they're going to take their action. They might even seize the license of the therapist. So I think that's that.
Thank you very much. You want to speak on that?
Yes. So, like, in regards to what you said about your child being abused, so in behavior analysis, we also have ethics, and that guides our work. So the first person that we're very concerned about is the client. So if you're not doing fairly with your clients, then like what Mr. Larry said in the morning, like, because initially, before you even get a behavioral therapist, you should be sure that the person is certified. And then when you're sure the person is certified with the BACB code, because when you go to the website, you see it there. So my number is actually there, I'm privileged. And then you see them, and I come in to work with your child, and I, one way or the other, bullied your child. So you could talk to my supervisor, and my supervisor will call me to order. And then if that does not work, you could send an email to the BACB telling them this person. So there is no, so everything has a channel of where you can, direct your complaints or your concerns to. So you're not doing this alone. So many other people are together with you.
So also, I mean, if you have a doctor who does the same thing, there's a Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria where you can report such therapists to, and then it's almost like it's a court. So normal, the procedures will go on. And another thing is, it's also the purview of the social worker. So you have access to a social worker. You can help you get a lawyer. Unfortunately, our moderator is also a lawyer, so maybe she'll do pro bono, hopefully. On a lighter note, so social workers will also help. We have a couple of them in most public institutions. If your child is registered there, you most likely have them pro bono. But within the private setting, I think you will need to pay, because they have to also keep the institution running. So with the social worker, where outside they're known as case workers, they have connection with the society. So we've had issues where somebody initially was sponsoring the treatment of a child and then got tired. So with the social worker, we were able to network and then get another sponsor. There was one we couldn't get, and then the child had to be reported to the Women Affairs and Child, and then sorted out. And then there was another one that the child had to be returned home. So the social worker will also help you sort the issues. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm sure our audience know what to do now in case that happens. Okay, so back to Joy on inclusion. Joy, so if a parent chooses inclusive education, how can it work for a child with autism? Before you answer, I said I was going to share my own story. So about, let's say 9-8 years ago, I got my daughter's diagnosis. She doesn't have autism, she has cerebral palsy. And I mean, she's going to be 10 in December. So I was told that if 1 was least affected, 5 was most affected. She's a 5. I mean, she has mixed cerebral palsy. She's not using her forelimbs. And at that time, she was totally nonverbal. She has weak neck control. So think about it, she has it. And I saw a special needs consultant who said, I mean, from this diagnosis, your child can never go to a mainstream school. She has to go to a special needs school. I took her to a special needs school. It was a different arrangement because I was going to be there with her. but I still wasn't like satisfied. So as a parent, you know how curious we get. I read a book about a Nigerian mom who went to Europe and took her child to a particular place in Europe, and the child could work. So I told my husband, it's time we pack our bags and go to Europe. So we got there, fine, our child did not work, but I saw how things were done. So when I came back to Nigeria, we decided to do homeschooling. And along the line, someone advised us to take her to the mainstream school, not because she's going to learn, but because she's going to have social skills, to learn social skills. So we took her to the school to learn social skills. However, in just about a few months, we could see there was a change. We could see that her eyes were, she could like, there was that light in her eyes. When you're talking to her, she couldn't speak, but it was obvious she could hear you, she could comprehend a little bit. And after a few months to a year, you know, she started babbling, you know, and we got a teacher that focused on just colors, and even when she was not repeating it, just saying colors and some sounds, alphabetical sounds. And by the time she was 4, she started speaking more. And we took her to a smaller school, and a child that was nonverbal, a child that couldn't do anything, you know, in that process of inclusion, started doing sums, started doing comprehension, spelling bees, and today she's going to primary 5 and she's excelling in inclusive education. And that is why I promote inclusion. But they have said here today that it is not one size fits all. So you can't say because it works for this woman's child, it may work for me. But just in case a parent wants to take a child to a mainstream school to get the child into inclusion, like he has said, to reduce stigmatization, what can be put in place so that this child will not just be a number in the class, but will benefit from inclusion?
Okay, so it's so funny. Can you hear me? Okay, so it's really funny that I'm answering questions around inclusion, which is basically not what I'm doing right now. I'm a behavior analyst, but I'm able to come up with little things that could help because I've worked with kids with special needs in 5 years, like 5 years, my first 5 years. So I'm able to like come up with little things like so. I'm open to get suggestions and all stuff from my panelists. So like I said initially, inclusion is a whole lot. Inclusion is totally different from what we think it is. So if it's inclusion, then it shouldn't be just integration, right? So integration is a child, you bring a child into a mainstream and then it's just there. And the child is meant to, you know, do the numbers, the letters, the numeracy, the literacy, the science, everything scheduled for the day. But I see inclusion as adjusting the curriculum, right, to fit the child. That's when the IEP comes in, the individualized educational plan. That's when it comes in the school. So if you see, okay, this child, we're doing, let's say numeracy, we're doing numbers 1 to 10. What is this child able to do at this time? There's a baseline for behavior analysis, so we do a baseline test to know what the child can do, and then we start from there. Whatever the child can do is okay, that's mastered, and then we start from training the child from what the child cannot do. So as a parent, what will I tell a parent that wants, what's the question again?
It's a child that has special needs in an inclusion center. How can the child benefit from inclusion? So maybe I should rephrase it in this way. Is there a way that I can merge what my child will get in a special center in the inclusion setting? Like, for example, getting a shadow teacher, like you said. So instead of having like just a shadow teacher, can my shadow teacher be a behavior analyst that is sitting down with my child? Awesome. Can my child combine that what my child will get in special needs center in the classroom?
Okay, good question. Now you're streaming it down to my, So yeah, I was once a behavior technician. What did I do then? I was attached to a child that's an autistic child, and I was meant to work with a child 5 hours every day. And then the school starts at 9, sorry, I'm nervous. The school starts at 9 to close at 12, and then I go home to do the one-on-one therapy with the child. So what did I do then with the help of my supervisor? We were able to call on the teacher. Then, okay, so this child is 5. What are they doing in the class? It's a reception class. What are we doing? And then I have a list of different things they are doing at different subjects, and then we streamlined into what the child can do. And they were able to come up with an IEP goals that could help this child also attend in the class, do what others are doing, but in a different way. So in that point, so it's really difficult to have a shadow in the class with a child, and then getting the teacher, the main teacher, to also acknowledge that this child is a part of a class. So they call it inclusion, but it's basically not really inclusion, right? Because you are there. The teacher is seeing you as, okay, you are the shadow, so you should do everything to help the child. Forgetting that I am just the shadow, you are the main teacher. So you don't expect me to know everything that you're going to do, right? So I'm supposed to just be okay, this is what we're doing, so how can you help out? So the child, the teacher is aware of what I'm doing, and I'm aware of what the teacher is doing, so that when it's time for them to write a report, when it's time for us to write a report, we come together in collaboration, and we come up with a good report. The teacher knows the child, I know the child, and it's sent to the parents. The school knows about it. So everybody is in sync. We all know what we are doing. But it's not like when you have a shadow, the shadow is meant to be with the child and the child alone. So the child now is left to get only the shadow's attention. That is what happens where I worked. So it was a struggle. I had to fight for the child. Like, no, what are you doing? No, Ms. Joy, you can do it. No, I can't do it. You are the teacher. So you should tell me what to do. Then I'm going to assist in this way. This is what I'm doing, just in case I'm not in school. But let's say, for example, I'm out of school because something happened to me. So you should know what I'm doing, where I stopped, so you can come in. So for a parent needs to be aware that it's a community of work. So when you have the class teacher, you should also have the shadow, which is maybe the BT. I'm the BT, behavior technician, and then we'll have my supervisor overseeing what I'm doing, asking me daily, what happened today? What did you do in terms of behavior? Then in class, how did you pay attention? Okay, what did you do? Okay, you didn't do that well. Do it this way next time. And there's the data that we're taking that is tracking the child's progress. So saying, okay, of course, every parent here will want to go for inclusion. Why? Because at the end of the day, the child will live in a society, not in the special needs school. The child will live in a society with different people. So we want to let the child to learn how to interact and how to accommodate others, right? So social skills is a big thing. So, and you know, of course, with kids with autism and other developmental disabilities, they struggle to do these things. So how do we bring them into it? That's when the class students, they have their own role to play, right? It is not a matter of sympathy. Now, there's a thin line between sympathy and empathy. Right? So people want to, like in the class, you want to see kids want to help the child because they are just, he needs help, he can't eat. Is that being empathetic? We might want to say maybe or maybe not, but the empathy is you want to make the child to learn the things that he needs to learn so that he can also be independent when nobody is there. But most times in schools, you see even the teacher holding the child when the child can actually walk. So a child can be redirected to walk the right way instead of holding the child, like sometimes this grip can be, they have sensory issues around this. So we don't know what is hurting the child, and we don't know really what is hurting the child. So could it be that holding the child might even be hurting the child that you don't know? So there's a lot around inclusion.
Okay, so from what I can hear you say is that for inclusion to succeed in the classroom, it has to be a collaboration.
A big one.
From even the parents to the class teacher,
exactly,
to the shadow teacher, exactly, and even the class, the students in the class too.
Exactly.
Everybody working together for the sake of that child.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also want to add that, Joy, thank you very much for that explanation. So it's also important, okay, for the parent or the caregiver to also, if they come to meet you, that I want a child to be in an inclusion setting, okay, or mainstream school, whichever name is preferred, is to also let them know what resources are available. I mean, if you want something and it's not available within the community that you have, the onus is on the mental health personnel to inform and educate. So it's good. I mean, it's quite important. I think about 3 years ago, I think the 9th edition, we talked about inclusion at the autism program. So you want to make sure that stigma is eradicated. You want to ensure that this is what is available. So for example, if you look at the socioeconomic status, you evaluate the socioeconomic status of the parents, and they know they can't afford a private setting, you need to provide public setting that this can be done. And you used to let them know the limitations that are in each of the settings, so that they know their goals, whether they're going to be achievable, and to what extent they can be achievable. So it's good. I mean, we all promote inclusion, but we need to let people know what is available and what is possible. So, for example, we could still do inclusion and not do all the components based on the manpower that is available, but we know we are moving forward, and then the facility can improve, and then at the end, get what they want.
Thank you very much. So, okay.
I would like to add to what Dr. Shumi have just said now. Most inclusive schools should have a sensory room, because when a child has sensory overload, the therapist can take the child to self-regulate very well, then come back to the class. So please, very, very important. So sensory room is very important in an inclusive school. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akile. Please don't drop the mic. So I have a question for you, 2 questions woven together. In what instances will a child with autism require an occupational therapist? And can you please give us a few tips for parents, what they can do with their children at home?
Okay. The first thing we do in occupational therapy is assessment. So what we call a standardized assessment. So we have standardized and non-standardized assessment. So I go for the standardized assessment, because assessment have to do with what is a data gathering process to get all the problems, and you know how to tackle it. So for you to know that a child on the spectrum needs occupational therapy, basically they present with social skill problems, they have communication problem, they have sensory issues. And how the occupational therapy comes in? The first thing we do is we try to identify, after the assessment, we have what we call problem identifications. So we identify the problems, we have a plan, and we have what they call frames of reference. So the frame of reference is just like they are just rules that we have to follow. In autism now, we use sensory education frame of reference, we use learning frame of reference. Sometimes we may use rehabilitative, but not all the time. So we follow this frame of reference in managing all these cases. For example, a child with sensory processing disorders now, they exhibit a lot. They have the visual, tactile, olfactory, gustatory, proprioceptive, vestibular, interoception, they have all these things. And how do we intervene? There's something we call sensory modulation disorders. We have over-responsive, under-responsive, and we have seeking. So in a way to tackle this, there's something we call sensory diet. Sensory diet is not food. Many people think sensory diet is food. It's not food. There are a series of physical activities a child needs to be done so that to regulate properly. In school, when we have a sensory room, You can do your sensory diet in school, you can do it in the house, but I believe every house should have a room for that. And in the sensory diet room, what do we have there? We have trampoline, weighted vests, sandbags, and we have sensory board for Wibaja protocol. So all these things we use for them so that they can regulate properly. And how do we give sensory diet? We can give like 2 times, like 20 times in a day. You can jump on the trampoline 20 times a day. You can use the swing. There's the indoor swing, like 10 times. We try to do that, and the child will regulate properly. They will be in a just right state, and that state can last for 2 hours or 3 hours. They are going to calm during that period. Then then you'll be able to like walk with them, put something in them. Another aspect to work is the area of ADL, higher ADL and the basic ADL. We do the potty training, self-care, brushing. Sometimes cutting of hairs might be a problem, cutting of nails. We try to work on all those areas with them.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me jump to Joy. And this might be one you'll be glad to answer, trust me. So like what the other speakers have said, that in this era where we have many therapists who claim to have the trainings that they do not have. So when parents engage behavior therapists or analysts, what should they look out for when they are working with their children? How would I know that this one, this person, apart from looking at his credentials, how would I know that this person is doing what he's supposed to be doing with my child? Nice. So more like, what's your job?
Now, this is now talking to me, so I can answer this rightly, right? Yeah. Okay, so if you engage the help of a behavior therapist or analyst, initially, there's the first thing we do an assessment. Okay, so the assessment has a lot of questions, and it takes on like few hours to come up with recommended goals for the child. So the first thing is we want to know the diagnosis of the child, right? So we do all of that. We get the previous reports, and then we run an assessment. So what was the question again?
So as a parent that has just recruited a behavior analyst to work with my child, how do I know that this person
the behavior analyst is doing the right thing?
Exactly.
Awesome. So how do you know the behavior analyst is doing the right thing? Good. So we have programs for each child. That's where the recommended goals comes from. So from the assessment, we do assessment that has parent interview, that has direct observation, right? So we have time to speak with the mom or the dad or both everybody in the family. Okay, where is this child now? What happened? Can we see the previous reports? And then we got all of that. And then we come and then we do the school observation and also the home observation. We observe the child directly, so we engage with the child. Sometimes we pull back and see what the child is navigating towards. So I watch from afar, then I go close, interact, then I pull back again. So that happens, a couple of times across the day. And then I come up with my report. So the report states different things that we've observed and the recommended goals that we are proposing to the parents as gotten from the interview and also from direct observation. And then after that, we have a meeting with the parent to say, as a result of our direct observation, as a result of the interview we had with you, this is what we are able to come up with. So we come up with a couple of goals. If the child is not responding to name, we come up with a program that says respond to name. If the child cannot imitate, we come up with a program that says imitate actions. Okay, so when we come up with that, then of course, I am a behavior analyst. I have a BT that I supervise. I have a behavior technician that I supervise. Then I get supervision from my supervisor, who is a BCBA. I'm yet to be a BCBA. So I get a higher supervision from my BCBA. And then that is the report I come up with. I send it to my BCBA. She looks at it. She comes back to me. If there's any feedback, I adjust it. That's how it goes. Before I meet with the parents, with the help of my BCBA. She's also in the meeting. And then we come up with all of this. So it's a process. And then we get a BT that is trained, of course, a BT that is trained, who I will be supervising. So my supervision comes like this. So every day, the BT is meant to run the programs with the child. Of course, the parents are already aware that these are the things we are running, so you know. And then we go after every day of physical, what's it called, therapy sessions with the child. Then the data are imputed into a software that tracks each goal. So let's say, for example, we're training the child on response to name. The BT is meant to enter a data on a software, and then we track. There's a graph that comes out as you enter the data. It automatically forms a graph. That's what we're using right now. It forms a graph, and the graph is showing where the child was, because the first thing that we do, let's say, for example, response to name, there is a baseline to know where the child is. Can the child respond to name or not as a result of the assessment that was done? So let's say during the assessment, we called the child a couple of times. He didn't respond, or she didn't respond to name. So we can suggest, they are recommended goals, right? Because at that point when I tried to get the child's attention, he didn't respond. So that's why we are recommending that goal, respond to name. So we start the process by baselining that behavior. The BT baseline the behavior, whatever the child, let's say for example, out of 9 trials, out of 9 times of calling the child's name across the session, the child is able to respond to our name by turning and looking at the caller 3 times. So it means that that child cannot. And yeah, there is an objective that says the child should be able to respond to our name 90% of the time. So if it's 90% of the time, that means the child has actually baselined out of that target. But if the child responds 30% out of the time, then that child needs training. So then we start. Do you get how it goes? So that's how we start training. So a parent sees this, because as we're doing this, we show this to the parent. This is where your child was when we started. He was only able to respond to his name 3 times out of 9 times. So that's how we're going to train this target. So as you go, it's really magical how the training starts, and then you see the graph going, the child actually responding to the name. So how do we do that? I'm going to just do this. So I'm calling your name, Bukola, and let's say, for example, you don't respond to name when I did the assessment, right? So just turn that way. So I'm going to do this, Bukola. Then I'm going to use. Then you look at me. So I'm going to, yes. So that's how it goes. So we track it that way, and gradually we fade out the finger tracking, and then the child starts responding. So the parent sees the graph as it goes from 30% to 90% to the point where the child just responds to our name, or it's our name spontaneously. You know, that's how.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So that it doesn't seem like we're talking to ourselves and we're having a good time over here, we're going to hand over the mic over there and ask, so that you can ask us questions.
Okay, I just wanted to add.
Okay.
So
sorry.
Essentially, once you certify that you have the right person with you, the rest is that, I'll use the word of a popular preacher, you don't argue with facts. So you don't argue with facts. So what Joy has been trying to explain to everybody is that once you certify that this is the person you should be seeing, then your problem should get solved. So if they're not getting solved, then you need to question the person because you're paying.
Awesome.
I don't know if I can have.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
We've been talking all the while about engaging therapists, engaging behavior analysts, engaging speech therapists, and engaging multidisciplinary professionals. But I think parents play a major significant role in intervention for their children. I think the ultimate objective of providing intervention for children with developmental disability, not necessarily only autism now, is parent training. It's very important. Picking a bit of this, a bit of that from speech therapists, from behavioral analysts, from everybody, and training the parents is very important, because parents spend the most of the time with their children, and they are left to provide that intervention. The burden rests on them. And we've seen many of the examples. For instance, John Paul talked about the time he spent with his child, trying to mentor him and directing him to get to optimal level of social functioning. It's very important. It's always resting on parents. Parent training is very important. And that is why in 2019, WHO created this WHO Caregiver Skills Training, which they often do one-on-one before. But the online training is available now, e-learning. Every parent with child with developmental disability can actually go online, Google WHO Caregiver Skills Training, take those courses. It helps a lot for parents to cope, treating children with developmental disability, including autism. This is very important.
Thank you very much. You know, like you have rightly said, parents are the #1 caregivers and who also impact the children positively. And I think we have a few schools now for parents in Lagos, you know, that parents can also, that's why I can say that. All right, so our able MC, yes, so the questions can begin.
All right, so our lady will pick up a mic from you. If you don't mind giving us one of your microphones on the stage. Yeah, so she will use that. And moderator, you can direct her to who you want her to Please. Take the mic to.
Any person. I want to direct my question to our what's in the house. You talked about sensory room. And my question is, can a sensory room be multi-purpose in the sense that inside the sensory room there are a lot of kids in it permanently? Is it acceptable?
No. The kids cannot be there permanently. Sensory room is just a room that, for example, in an inclusive school, if you have a sensory room, all the kids cannot be there permanently. It's actually meant to self-regulate. It's where we take care of the kids to self-regulate. Yeah.
So I just wanted to make a comment that each person on that stage, they are the circle of care. They are the multidisciplinary team. And they need to communicate amongst each other. He needs to know what she's doing. The mom needs to know what they're doing. He needs to know what he's doing, and so on and so forth. It's very important that when you have a team of therapists that everyone takes time to communicate. You have to be the connecting thread to that child in their therapeutic intervention.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Great job from our facilitators. Actually, some of us that are here, some of us are school owners and specialists. And, you know, some people might like school owners, they want to have this mindset that now that you're having inclusion, so you must bring children to the classroom, whereby giving teachers workload in that classroom. So now my question is, how many people are we expected to have, at least in the class, as an inclusion with other children? And that's that. Then another question is it professional to advise a parent with an autistic child to give medical attention, or maybe place that child on a drug?
Okay. All right. I've been told to answer the issue on the drug. Okay, so let me just start this way. I'm a mental health physician, psychiatrist, okay? So most often than not, drug is a last resort for children. So unlike what's generally trending, that once you see a psychiatrist, he's going to drug the child, not likely to be so. So some children will need medication, because of comorbidity that they have, and then they'll be managed as such. So essentially, it's the same message we've been passing around. It's not a one-shoe-fits-all. You need to assess the child and then determine what the child will need. So if we make a diagnosis, assessment will be done across board, and then most other people will do intervention. Sometimes, okay, let's say we have a child with autism and has other features of attention deficits and hyperactivity, and you need the child to be restful enough for you to do any form of therapy. All right, so if there's a need to give medications, you will give, okay? That's it. So it's not don't give medication, don't give medication. There's a reason why medications will be given. There's a reason why medications will not be needed. So it's important for your child or the pupils that you have to be properly evaluated, because if they have issues that need medication and they are not being sorted out, whatever therapy or intervention you want to do, they won't be accomplished. I hope I was able to answer your question. Thank you.
I don't know if I can add to that. The issue of comorbidity, like Dr. Showumi mentioned, is very important. Studies have shown that about 25% of children with autism in our own environment have seizure disorder as comorbidity. And if they have repeated seizure, you need to give anti-epileptic drugs to control the seizure. So some of them may be very agitated to an extent that your behavioral therapy cannot reduce this agitation. You need to give drugs to calm that agitation now. So if they are very agitated, you will be out of control. You cannot control them, and they may need medication. So it's very important. Some of them engage in self-injurious behavior. Self-injurious behavior that can be adversely bad in terms of they knock their head on the floor and they can get head injury. You may need medication to control that. So there are circumstances that you need to give medication to contain such oddity of behavior.
Thank you. Sorry, after her, you can come to this side. We have people around here.
Good afternoon. Well, I want to ask a personal question concerning the occupational therapy. My younger brother, he's 17 years, and he can't write. He's still struggling with alphabet or numbers. And you see us, we put him in a normal school. Right from when he was small, he could not cope. Then I got so concerned, and my mom got so concerned that at a point she got frustrated, and he was at home for a year. Then we went to a special school. Even at that, he's not coping. He even beats, he gets frustrated. So now I'm just hearing this occupational therapy because I got so worried. What will he do? He's growing, he's tall, and when he follows me around, I'm like, what can he do? We can't keep taking care of him. But in the house, he sweeps, he washes plates, he does other things, but then I think he has problem his cognitive aspects to assimilate and all that. So I really don't know we don't know what he can do and how he can live his life. So I'm glad to hear about occupational therapy. So I need to know where they're actually in Benin, so we don't know anything concerning this. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So your brother is 17 and is still in special school, but in the house it sweeps, at least do one or two things. I'm going to recommend a vocational assessment, job evaluation for your brother. So he needs to go for job evaluation, because at the age of 17, I'm not stopping him from going to school, but he needs to get to do another vocation. He can learn something. After the vocational assessment, we can put him in a vocation that will, that will make him to have a role and that is very, very productive. So we can't just keep saying you have to write ABC, you have to write something. So now let's try the vocational assessment. Let's pinpoint the one occupation that he likes doing. Because at the age of 17, if you add 10 years to it, that is, so you just have to do something. So it needs to go for vocational assessment. And even in the house, you have a role. You have to keep on upgrading the role from mopping the floor to something more complex. You keep on upgrading. I think that is all. Thank you.
Sorry, to buttress that, where would he get the vocational assessment?
Yeah, you can get vocational from Psychiatric Hospital Yaba.
Yes, you
Benin,
can get,
you could go to
UBT.
Go to UBTH, Uselu. We have a team of occupational therapy. UBTH, we have it there.
University of Benin Teaching Hospital. I think in addition, the first thing is, do you have a diagnosis? So you said some things which I can just hazard some guess. So what's the IQ assessment of your sibling? I mean, we are not going to flog a dead horse. So we need to know how much development has been made and what he can do and what he can't do. So I think the first thing, just like we're saying, is you must have an assessment. So there's a diagnosis, an assessment is done so that you're not just flying in different directions. You must know what exactly the problem is and then assess across board. So please get the right diagnosis and assessment. It will help you from getting frustrated. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, we can't take any more questions. I've just been directed that our time is fast spent. So where's the MC? I guess they will gather all the questions, and if they can put the name of the person they want to answer that question, then they can send it to them and actually give you an answer. Okay, addition. No, I'm following. Okay, so let her answer.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is a very fast addition. And this is a question that each parent keep on asking, cure for autism. Well, in as much as we're not trying to give negative information, it is important to define that word cure. Cure in African setting is that the child does not have autism again. Just like somebody has headache and the headache is gone. There is no cure in that sense for autism, so that parents are not exploited. What we have are interventions, and these interventions basically are meant to manage the autistic symptoms, 1. 2, to ensure that the severity of those symptoms are reduced, and 3, to ensure that we have improved functions so that they can live as independent as possible, to enjoy a meaningful life and have a good outcome. And that takes me to the diagnosis. You mentioned about pediatrician. Developmental pediatricians, they are very important in making the diagnosis. Child psychiatrists, developmental psychologists. What usually happens in African setting is that we have delayed presentation. So what we usually see are the abnormal behavioral components or the comorbidity that are not accepted in our society.
Can we just move her to the panel? Because this is now a presentation. But thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Once again, I want to thank all my amazing panelists for that wonderful presentation. And that's it. We're out of here. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Bukola Ayinde. Please put your hands together for her one more time. Bukola is the founder of Diary of a Special Needs Mom Initiative under the P...
Sorry, I'm told we're supposed to have a picture.
Yes. Please, can the panelists come back for a photograph? As I was saying, Bukola Ayinde is the founder of Diary of a Special Needs Mom Initiative under the P413 Foundation. She's a lawyer, storyteller, disability inclusion advocate, and social entrepreneur. So thank you so much for that wonderful panel. And a big thank you to all our panelists who were on that panel with Bukola. So a big thank you to Dr. Muhyiddin Bakari. Let's put our hands together for him. Dr. Abimbola Akinlure, Joy Ovioje Adeni, Dr. Oladipo Shomi, and all the other panelists who were in the audience. Thank you so much, and to everyone who sent in questions. All right, we're going to move swiftly to our final panel of the day. And the theme for this one is It Takes a Village, Parents and Siblings. The moderator will be no one other than Sholakwe Azazi, who will then introduce her co-panelists. Can we welcome Sholakwe Azazi with a round of applause?
Good evening, everyone. Hello. Good evening, everyone. I know we are very tired. Very, very tired. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make this session as interactive as possible, because we are talking about it takes a village. We are the village. It's nobody but us. So we are going to be interactive. We're going to be talking. So please don't get too tired. Ask your questions. And I hope we would have enough time to answer it all. So I'm going to call my team. Yeah. I'm going to start with Camille Proctor, Mr. Tagbo Okeke, Oluwatoyin Odunoyin, and Victoria and Alex Oliver. Thank you. So, I know we are very familiar with the saying, it takes a village. It takes a village is an African proverb, and what it simply means is that an entire community of people must provide for and interact positively with children for those children to experience and grow in a safe and healthy environment. And I'm a firm believer of this saying. However, along the way, we've lost the village. We need to raise kids. We've lost the village, and we need to raise kids in nurturing, creative, and safe ways. And as a result, families are missing out on crucial learning experience and the much needed support system. I'm going to start today's session by directing my question to Camille. In your opinion, why is a village important, and what makes a successful village?
Well, a village is very important because the child needs a community. It needs a community that's going to support them and help them on their journey. It's important for us to be accepting of these children, accepting of their families. We also need to make situations for them to be comfortable. It's just, when you're born into this earth, you're born into families generally. And I know that the community is the family, but I really want to change the subject just for a second and answer it the way that I want to answer it, which is this. 5 years ago, I came here, and this woman was in the audience. And so this is why community is important. She was in the audience, and she was really sad. And I talked to her about I think my talk was about bringing your children out into the community.
No, the topic was integrating the children. Well, yeah.
Bringing your children out to the community.
Yeah.
And she listened to me. Some months passed, I get a message from this young lady. I'm like, who is this? It was her. She had started to bring her son out into the community and started to do activities with him. Fast forward, she's now created an inclusive environment where children can come and play, where they can congregate and meet other children with special needs. But the most important thing is a community where children who don't have special needs can come in contact with those who do have special needs and be supportive of them. And that's why this conference is so important to me. And this is why I come back each year, because I want to see more people like Sholapi.
Okay, thank you, Camille. Yes, you didn't start with introducing yourself and what you do. I'm so sorry because I forgot to tell you to do that, so my bad. Please.
So my name is Camille Proctor, and I'm the Executive Director of the Color of Autism Foundation. So we are a US-based nonprofit, and we support families who have children on the autism spectrum. And we also support adults who are impacted by their diagnosis. And we offer parent training, and we offer a myriad of supports.
Thank you, Camille. So my next question goes to Mr. Okeke. Yeah, and that's Kanye's dad. So when you take a look at how you're raising your son, Kanye, who are those people that have played pivotal roles and how? Because we're talking about community and we're talking about people around us. And I think Camille has said something about bringing out the children to come into the community. Earlier, people had talked about inclusion. They've talked about how to include into the community, and all that has been said. Now I want to know your own personal experience, because I'm bringing it down to you as a parent. You have a child with special needs. And I want to know how raising a community, having a community has influenced your raising your son, and who are those in that community that have played pivotal roles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Tabo Okeke. I'm the parent of Kanya Chukwu Tabo Okeke, who is a child living with autism. We live in Abuja. My wife and I also run an NGO called the Kanya Chukwu Autism Society, which is supposed to provide a couple of services to kids living with autism and cannot access financial aid. Now, to the question, I would have to use my personal experience, just like you said. Yes. When we discovered that Kanye had autism and began to read up about what autism is, we also discovered that it was a journey which we couldn't just take alone. Now, because we have the African society and the way we live, we know that we are very family oriented, and you have family come to visit you, and you also go to visit family, and also you even in the schools, in the church, we have societies, we have groups, we have organizations that are existing. So you have subgroups and sub-organizations existing within groups. So we knew that we had to reach out. So the first thing that we did was first come out of denial. Because at first when we found out that he had a problem, there was still that time where we were living in denial, and we felt, no, that there's something that could be treated, something that could be taken care of. But that was not the case, obviously. So we first came out of denial, and after we came out of denial, we started to tell each and every person around us about autism. So it started with my wife's parents, her siblings, my parents, my father, because my mom is late. So my siblings as well, started to let them know and also encourage them to read about autism, because it's not, I can't tell you everything just at once. All I can tell you right now is this child has autism. So you need to read about it, and then not isolating him. So what we were doing was we'd send him to Benin, where my wife is from, her parents are there, we'll send him there, he would stay with them, they would go through the whole process. And then phone calls will come, hey, he did this, he did that. Yes, that's autism. Watching. And then we send him to Lagos, and the same thing, he will stay with my sister, he will stay with my dad. My father is a very strong supporter of Kanya Chukwu, so he follows him everywhere. He goes to his exhibitions, and sometimes he takes care of him for us. So that's how we started to create that environment, that community around him. And then we were talking to people as well, our friends, and as we're talking to them, we're also encouraging them to spend time with him, and we're taking him to their houses. First and foremost, I think the major thing is no isolation. No isolation. The more you keep coming out, the more you keep talking about it, the more you keep, because of the stigma, you are fighting the stigma as well at the same time. So the more you're coming out, you're fighting the stigma, the stigmatization issue. That way you are creating that community will exist. And then of course, like I tell a couple of people, if you have a normal child, and the same way you'd raise that normal child, that's the same way I'd raise Kanya Chukwu. Only that, because he has special needs, I would also put in some extra. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So from all that you've said, I think it's safe to summarize that you said, first, you had to identify who your inner circle are, and then you started raising your village from the inside out.
Yes.
You started first with educating who your inner circle are.
Yes,
you first started with telling them this is what it is. This is autism. It's not communicable. It's what it is.
Yes.
And it's not something to shy away from. It's still my child. It hasn't taken anything away. A diagnosis hasn't taken anything away from him. Is who he is. And what you did next was you started to shine, to spotlight his strength.
Yes.
And by spotlighting his strength, people were more accepting of him.
It's also important to note that I was particular with, at the beginning, I was particular with the people I reached out to. Get the people who you feel are more aware, more traveled, more knowledgeable. They've known about stuff like this. Because the more you are aware, it's easier to accept. And then they are the ones that would send forth the information to the others. So that's what I did, to make it easier for myself and my wife.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Victoria and Alex, I will go over to you guys. You are siblings to a fine, young, brilliant boy with ASD. How would you say the journey has been for you? I mean, we're talking about raising a community, raising a village. You are the village. You are the inner circle. So just quickly tell us, growing up, what has it been like, you know? Just...
Can you hear me? Can you?
Anyone can start.
Okay, I think...
Okay, let's hear from Alex first.
So, having a younger brother with ASD has been a journey. Things like sarcasm and, well, jokes in general have to be cut down in a way that he can understand. Because if he's looking for a toy and you say, oh, it's in your nose, he's literally going to try and search there. So making him socialize, that's like you have to play with him more like role play in such a way that you make him talk and ask more while you're playing. So when he was small, we used to go downstairs all the time for sensory and textures.
Okay, Victoria, help, please.
Okay, I will start by saying it wasn't my first rodeo as a big sister. He's my younger one, so it was completely different from being his other sister. Like he said, jokes. Then I remember one day my parents came home from the hospital with Anton, and they were like, he's different and we have to be more involved in his life. We would play with him all the time, you know, be there. You have to be like, we're with him like all the time, regularly with Alex. You can leave him to play and do his own thing, but with Anton, you have to be like there, you have to be involved. You can't isolate him, and that's it.
And so,
just different.
Yes, so just different. So, a follow-up to that. How has that impacted your life? I mean, you were a fine, beautiful young girl, you know. How has that impacted you as a person, your relationship, your interaction with people? How has having, you know, that relationship, that dynamics, how has it affected you as a person?
I'd say that it's made me very proud of where I come from, my family, my brother. It's something I always mention. Oh, I have an 8-year-old brother with ASD. It's just been different, you know. It's been interesting, more interesting than being his bigger sister. This one.
We didn't hear that last bit. Just try again and tell us what you just said.
It's just been very interesting. My brother is a very interesting child, very out there. You know, when he's not at home, like the house is like super boring, like boring. Like the house is like a desert. But when he's at home, you know, you hear him talking.
He's the life of the party.
He's the life of the party.
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll go to you. Oluwatoyin. You're a writer and you've journaled your experience growing up with your sibling on the spectrum. How did the community shape your view of your brother? It's your brother, right?
Yes.
And given the chances to do it differently, what is the one thing you will change?
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Tony Oduni. I have a brother named Toby, and he's 21. He has autism. So when I was little, I didn't know much about autism. I remember telling people in school that, okay, I lied to them that he had something stuck in his throat, that's why I could not talk. Meanwhile, that was a lie. I didn't just know it then. Actually, my parents never sat me down to like talk about it, so I can't even, if they did, I can't remember. But yeah, when we were growing older, when we were younger, my mom is a prayer warrior. She likes to pray. Every time she likes to pray. So I noticed that she was always taking my brother to church, and then we always wait behind. I'm just like, why are we waiting behind? Let's go home, kind of thing. So at a point, I thought it was spiritual, and then my mom actually the fact that she was taking him to church just made me believe that. Then growing older, when I turned 14, I sat down to read about it, that, oh, okay, this thing is not spiritual, that kind of thing. But we have beliefs about it, and then I also thought that it was not, how would I put it? Apart from the things stuck in his throat and it being spiritual, I thought it was also hereditary. So I began to worry that, oh, okay, when I get married and I give birth, my child will be autistic. So I was just worried about that. And then possibly if I could change anything, I think I would change, I would possibly wish if my parents had the talk with me, just to sit me down and just say, okay, this is what it is. Toby is different. He's, something is wrong. He's not like you and everything. I think that's what I'll just probably change.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Baba. So I'm going to piggyback on what she said about parents telling her about the disability and just pretty much educating her. And I will do that by telling you a quick short story. I remember when I came here, Camille, is it really 5 years ago? Okay. Okay, so I remember when I came here 5 years ago, and I had this very big weight on my shoulder. And I said to myself, this is a large family, because I mean, my son was the first in my family that was going to have such a diagnosis. And I was not this put together, as you can see. And I came in here with one question. Okay, you've said this is what he has. He has other siblings that are his age mates, and they're all growing together, and they're not understanding what is going on. I'm hearing questions like, why is Priye not talking? Or why is Priye acting this way? Or is he, you know, and it was a big deal for me. I came here and I had that question. So how do I educate these little ones that are around him about what is going on? And I was very happy I came, because I was able to link up with a big support system, and I went away with friends, with connection, building my village from this community of people sitting here. We built a village from here, and I was educated. I was given the resources to go back and sit and discuss topics like autism diagnosis with children. I remember going home and then having all of the cousins come over to my place. I sat them all down. I said we're going to have a play date in my house. We had popcorn, we had drinks, we had, you know, because I was the fun, I mean, I'm the fun auntie. So we had all of that going on. And then I decided to play videos on, you know, what autism is to the little children. They were cartoon, you know, videos that they can understand and relate with. And I didn't tell them this is what we were watching. I just said, normally they will have come, and then I said, we're having movie time. And so we sat down and I played the videos, and I started hearing questions from them. Oh, is this what Priye has? Is this, you know, in the childlike manner, they were able to understand. And then they were able to know what it is that we're talking about, break it down in that child manner. And it was amazing, because right after that, he had an older cousin in his school. He immediately turned into Priye's bodyguard, you know, that kind of thing. He went to school, and if you try to take him out, like, don't take that, that's my cousin. So, you know, for me, when you say raising a village, you don't need to look at those aunties, uncles. It might just be the younger sibling in the house that you just need to educate to be able to advocate for his sibling when they're in public places. What I want you to take away from here is that everybody's talking about, oh, you can see they're all older, they're this, they're that. Those younger ones also, you can use them in the tools that you need in building that village around you. Don't wait till you find a professional to break down the story for you. You use the people around you, your inner circle, and then build from there. Yes. I had initially said that this session is going to be interactive, and so we're going to start with opening up questions, and everyone, you have the floor, bring up your questions, we would answer it, channel it. Oh, okay. Someone is raising up their hand already. Okay. Oh, you need this. Yes. That's what it is.
Good evening. Thank you so much. My hand has been up since morning. My name is Ugo. I'm the first of 3 children, and my last sister, she's 15, and she's autistic. Like I'm so sorry, I didn't get your name. The lady in white. No, the one who's a blogger. Yeah, she mentioned that she lied about her brother. I disliked my sister because it was like she took all of the attention from everybody in the house. And even when we knew she was autistic, I feel like my parents didn't handle it better because everything around out, and it was like she was embarrassing you. And especially being like, say, a student who is all A's, everybody knows you, you're the life of the party, and then all of a sudden you just can't go out because you have to be where your sister is. So I think we should talk a bit about emotional support for siblings of autistic children, because it can be very hard. It was when I grew up and moved away, because my family is in Bayelsa, and my parents are like, my mom was, when she saw my picture, she was like, everything that has autism in it, you're there because you want to. I'm very surprised that I could move from somebody who disliked my sister to wanting to know everything about autism, to wanting to support her. So I think we should talk about emotional support. Then the next thing I want to ask, please, is GT is now GTCO. So now you have pensions. Can we please get insurance? Because one of the things I know that would be a problem for my sister growing up would be money. Money for health, money for school, money for all of those things. And I'm willing to work my life out and save. Can I get insurance for her? Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Camille, I would direct that question about how to create an emotional balance for a sibling with a child, with a brother or a sister on the spectrum.
So, I forgot to add, I don't know how I forgot, I'm also the mother of a 16-year-old, and I have an adult child. And it's important as parents that we are managers of time. We should be good time managers. And you have to realize that the weight that we put on our typical children, we put a lot of weight on them. We're asking them, watch Timmy, make sure Timmy doesn't do this while mommy cooks. Watch Timmy do that. Oh no, you can't go to that unless you take Timmy. And the child is thinking, Timmy's gonna ruin my good time and embarrass me. We need to be mindful of that, on how not to just weight our children down with the care of the child they did not give birth to. Too often in our society, we say, that's your brother, that's your sister, you're supposed to take care of them. But not necessarily. You're not supposed to spend every moment of your young life taking care of your sibling. So it's, to summarize what I'm saying, is that parents, we have to find out what the needs are of that child that's not on the spectrum, that child that does not have that disability. You need to be checking in with them to find out how they feel. You need to be checking in about their mental health, because it's stressful and it brings on anxiety when they think they're gonna go out to ShopRite and their sibling is gonna have a meltdown and they're gonna be embarrassed. I'm just being honest. You know, I'm just being honest, because my son, when he was little, he would get stiff, and I don't know what happens, but they get stiff and you can't move them. And it adds like an extra 200 pounds. So I would let him lay there and step over him. But it's important that parents do a proper assessment. And it's also important that parents become data collectors of their own children, meaning noticing what triggers them and take note of these things. So that way you can prepare the whole family on how to care for that child. And lastly, in regards to insurance, that's not a question that any one of us on this panel could answer at this time.
Thank you very much, Camille. Just to reiterate what she's saying, each child should get individualized attention. Like, don't label one child's need on the other sibling. As a parent, it's not fair. That's not, I mean, the child is not the parent, and I think he's asking for too much of that child. It makes sense. Hold on.
Just to add to what Camille just said, I think one thing is the person that posed the question, she's very correct. I mean, siblings should get care, and siblings should also be free from imposition. But you see, for parents, the parents of an autistic, of a child living with autism, there is one big major fear, and that is the child being able to live independently whether you're there or not. And most of the times that parents now impose that child living with autism on their siblings is out of fear, and sometimes out of necessity. You have no choice, because if the parent is no more, which will definitely happen, who's going to look after the child? Who's going to look after the person living with autism? And the only person that, and the next thing is, who can I trust to live with the child? The person that they will trust is you, the sibling, first, before the auntie or the uncle or the granddad or the grandmom. So, we have to just understand that part as well. Now, secondly, we have the issue of, it usually comes around stigmatization again. You see, a lot of people don't want to come out and let people know that my brother or my sister or my son or my daughter is living with autism. It usually goes around that issue of stigmatization. I shared a story with the young lady over there. I was at a fair, like amusement park, let's put it like that. And then this young man had his brother who lives with autism, and they're not even talking to anybody. They're not playing with other people. They're just sitting down together, and they're riding every single, they're playing every game and riding every, whatever, the bumper cars, the merry-go-round, the roller coaster. They're doing everything together, and I'm watching them because I do that a lot. I watch because I'm trying to also find out how I will make it easy for my own kids, because the truth about it is, whether you like it or not, I've already somehow imposed my son living with autism on his siblings. I've let them know, you have to look after him. Whatever the case, you just have to look after him, because he's all you guys. You guys are all he's got. So I'm watching, and I can see the fun both of them were having together. And one of the reasons why they're having that so much fun is because he has wiped away his stigma. He's not thinking who's looking at us, or who's thinking, or who's wondering what's wrong with my brother. He's just playing with him. So thank you
very much, Mr. Okeke. Thank you. Just to add to what you just said, you said something. You said it's coming from a place of fear. The parent, it's coming from a place of fear for the parents is why they are imposing. But I have something to share with parents. Something called a succession plan. It's a simple way of articulating, when I'm not here, these are the things that my child likes to do. These are the things, so you are not going to label whoever is around with that burden of care. I mean, anybody can pick up that document, and when they study it, they can easily provide the care in your absence. Does that make sense? Because I feel like a lot of the reasons why we do what we do and we label the sibling with all of that, you need to be there. If I'm not there, you need to, but if you plan properly and you understand that child A is different and child B is different, and child B needs X, Y, and Z, articulate the child's needs and plan it properly. And this can be a document, a one-pager on your fridge. If I'm not at home At XY time, this child needs this care. At Y time, this child. So it makes it easier for the children to be children, as opposed to stepping into your role as the adult in the situation just because you are not there. Does that make sense? Yeah. We had another question.
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you so much for this gathering. I'm a mother of an autistic, well, I'll call her a teenager. She's 14 now. I hear early intervention. I started very early when she was 2. Fast forward 12 years from now, she's still nonverbal. Thankful for, where she is, because we've really gone through a lot. And I'm so grateful that things are taking shape now, because when we started, we had a lot of quacks. People saying they are therapists, while they are not certified. So I'm glad that things have really improved. So my question is for you, Tagbo Okeke. Please, because I'm struggling to identify my daughter's strength, the thing that I feel she can do. So how were you able to identify Kaine's strength in painting and creating art? I'm just interested on how did you say it? What behavior, what are the tips that I can, pick up? Thanks.
Hello. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Should we add one more question, or do you want to address this first? There's a hand here. Should we add this and then? Moderator, is that okay? Is that okay?
Sure, that's fine.
Thank you so much, MC. Good evening, everyone, or afternoon. Now, I thank God for this opportunity. Now, in all the discussions since morning, there is a common factor which I will appreciate if we can help parents to understand it, and that is on stigmatization. Now, somebody asked a question in the morning that how do we cope with that stigma? No, it was explained, but I believe that it ought to be more comprehensive than that. Though I have a little points here, is that one thing that all of us should know is that we should accept, okay, what fate has given to us. There's nothing we can do about that. Okay, as we said about miracles, it may and it may not. So if we accept that, oh, this is a cross that the Lord has given to me, then we have to carry it. And 2, we should also be very careful about spiritualists. They will come and tell us a number of things which will not happen. Okay? And that is where a number of parents...
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. We understand what you're trying to say is that we need to shed more light on stigmatization. And I think everybody here has already said one thing or the other. It starts with you. If you go out and you advocate for your child, I think John said something. He says, when my child is having a sensory overload, I give him all the love he can so that he can understand that is acceptable. I mean, he's accepted. It starts with you. So tell everybody around, Mr. Okeke already also said that he educated the people around him just so that the education can. So if we have more people advocating, talking about it, acceptance will drive up. Thank you very much. So go ahead and answer.
Yeah. So to the question, well, let me see if I can take it step by step. Number 1 is when we found out that Kanye had a problem, we prayers, fasting, prayers, going to different churches, and then when we found out that it was left to both of us, my wife and I, then we started to really watch him. And when I mean watch him, really, really watch him, my wife left her job. I know that's not what everybody can do, but then of course, everybody has to do something. And so we started to really, really watch Kanye. And then everywhere, take him to the music lessons, take him to soccer. We actually joined a soccer club for 1 year. Somebody here said, I think it was you, that if you take the child to music and he doesn't like music, it's a waste of money. Soccer was a waste of money. Music was, sort of like a waste of money, but we started again then when he was about 5 years old. And then Kanye used to do something that used to irritate everybody. He would scribble on the floor, and he would scribble on pieces of paper. And so we now wanted to stop him from scribbling on the wall and on the chairs, damaging the chairs. And so we would buy a roll of paper, A4, a roll of paper. Kanye finishes a roll of paper in 6 hours. So we would buy another one the following day. We'd buy another one the following day. And then we got really frustrated. But you see, like I said, the first thing we were doing, we were praying. And we were watching him. And so it comes together. I feel it comes together. I don't want to sound spiritual, but it comes together that you're watching, you're attentive. And so from there, we moved. We got somebody who walked into the house. We were complaining, we were talking about this issue of scribbling on paper, scribbling on the walls, and the person just said, maybe this boy likes art. Take him to an art class. And so we take him to the first art class, and because they can't deal with him, they don't know what to do, we leave there, and then we found this lady. She too didn't know what autism was all about, but she just said, let's leave Kanye with her for a few hours and come back and pick him up and let us tell him what to do. She gives him canvas or paper, I think, and he does, I don't know what he did, but later the lady calls us and she's like, please come back, please come back. We come back and she said, your son is gifted, that he has a talent. What he just did now, some adults cannot do it. And I'm like, wow, okay. So she's like, can you leave him with us? Can you leave him with me? I said, no, we can't leave him with you, but we can be bringing him every other day and you can be, working with him. And so that's how we started to work with him. That alone was not just all we did, because even after that, we still kept, following up and following up and following up. And so the major thing, in summary, it is that you must be so close to the child, so close to the child, that any single thing you just pick it. It might just come in the middle of the night. You just see something, and you grab it and you walk with it.
Thank you very much, Mr. KK. Thank you very much. Like I earlier said, that the children, if you pay attention to them, they will tell you what it is that they love to do. And if you take that time to study, then you can now start grooming that skill. You groom it, you nurture it with consistency. You don't say, because today we've done this and we stop. It has to be consistent. You have to be intentional about it. So because it's very important, if you're not intentional about what you're doing, after a while you get tired. We all know, I mean, you've gone your busy day and you become tired and weary, and you see that midway you've given up on the child. So even if you know the skill, you know the talent, you have to keep at it. That's the only way you can ensure success. Make sense? Okay, somebody else was raising up there.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm an autistic mom of a 5-year-old boy with a twin sister. Talking about siblings, for our case is a bit different because they're exactly the same age and they go to the same school. And so now my question is, or my contribution is that with my kids, with my daughter who is neurotypical, she always feels like she's been left out. So for example, like when my son is sick and she says to me, who is going to go to school with me today if my son is not going to school? Which therapist is going to go to school with me today? So as a mom, I struggle sometimes. I have this fear that maybe I am not giving her the attention that she needs, or, you have the therapist in the house from morning to night, being with my son, and nobody's really playing with her or giving her the attention. So there is that fear in me, that burden that I feel like, am I really doing the right thing? Do I need to get her some kind of maybe not therapy, but more people to play with her all? So I also feel like as a mom of an autistic child and as a sibling, I think we also need some kind of therapy or intervention because we're also struggling and dealing with our own problems as well. So I just wanted to know how parents are able to address other siblings, especially when they're very close in age, and how parents feel like, How do you know when you're getting the right balance? Because sometimes I feel like I'm not getting the right balance managing the 2 children. Thank you.
So it's just as I said. It's just as I said earlier. You have to sit your children down and you need to talk to them. Your neurotypical children, you need to talk to them about their feelings. Not just their feelings about their autistic sibling, but their wellness, their mental wellness. You need to be talking to them. They're an important part of your village. And you need to sit down and have a conversation with yourself. I don't necessarily want you to answer back, but you need to seriously sit and think about what some of the triggers are for you, what makes you anxious. Because oftentimes parents and caregivers of children on the autism spectrum, they fail to take care of themselves. And it's really important. And I know you've heard this 1,000 times that when you're on an airplane, they tell you to put your mask on first before you put anyone else's on. They tell you this because if you're fiddling around trying to mask the person next to you, you'll most likely suffocate and they will too.
Okay. Just to add just a little bit, I have 2 sons that are close in age, and one is 8, one is 6. I remember during the lockdown when we didn't have the opportunity to have therapists come into your houses, and you had to they would tell you what to do, and then you do the therapy and all of that. And I remember that in the evenings, I would create time to do the interventions for the day with my son, and with my older son, sorry. And then my younger son came to me one day and says, oh, he wants therapy too. Now, if you're going to give pre-A therapy, I want therapy too. Or either you give me my own therapy, or me and you will be the therapists for pre-A. So, and I mean, of course, that's counterproductive because, so what I said to him was that we'll do 30 minutes pre-A therapy and we'll do 30 minutes TIMI therapy. So, I tell him while I'm working with pre-A that he should go and think about anything. So 30 minutes means that me and you were going to sit for 30 minutes and discuss whatever topic crosses your mind. So for him, it was always like he would wait patiently for his older brother to be done because he knows that he's thinking of, one airplane he wants to build or something. So he would like wait the time out. And the minute I'm done with his older brother, he'll be like, oh, mommy, it's my turn now for therapy. And we will sit down and we will discuss whatever gladdens his heart. What I'm doing is that I'm making sure that he understands that he's important in the family dynamic. That my focus is not just on his brother, but he's also a critical part of the family. Because I don't want to build anonymity between, like looking at his brother and thinking that he's getting the fair treatment or, Even right now during the holidays when his older brother is having therapy sessions, that's my own time to bond with him. So once your brother is in therapy with someone else, we bond. We talk about things like I would take him for maybe soccer, and then on his way back in the car, we talk about stuff. So he looks forward to that time. I have created a time so he gets his own attention that is different from the sort of attention that his brother gets from me. Does that make sense? And then the second thing, for your own mental health, you need to be in a support group. You need to talk to people that share similar journeys with you. You need to talk to other people that, that you can support group, basically. I think, I don't want to overflog the topic, but I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yeah, to just add to what you said, I was going to say the same thing, support groups, from Facebook groups, because we know that there's so many things that are not being provided for here, and not just here, but even abroad. You can hear their tales of, their stories of woe, even in the UK, even in the US, there are people complaining they don't have services and everything. So you have to, it's self-help. So Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, there are many out there. Some you would get tired even, because there are people with the various stories. You hear some stories, you even thank God for where you are right now. Yeah, so you need to keep coming out, because you see, the thing about it is the issue of getting care for siblings and for parents is inexhaustible, because most studies have shown that, most depression cases, you find out that either the parent has a child living with special needs or something, or a sibling has special needs, and you can go into depression. You're going to get that help as much as you can, either through the available means that you have. You need it. We all deserve it. And again, like I said, for my kids, I try to tell what I try to do, I put my son and my daughter in front, like what the two siblings are doing here, which is so fantastic, is commendable. It's what I would do, I would tell my son to do as well. I would tell him to come sit here and let them ask you questions, and you tell the world what it is like living with your brother who has autism. It helps as well, and I hope that we all can really learn from here. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman, please.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Dedegbo Ayodeji Samson. I'm an online publisher. Sorry, the question is about autism, because we'll be talking about autism since morning. How can we identify people with autism? How can we identify a child with autism? Is it true? Are we going to identify through a symptom that will make us to know that this person is living with autism? That's my question for now, please.
Thank you very much, sir. I believe that question has been properly addressed by all the previous people that came before me. However, I would like in 1 minute, Dr. Grace, sum it up. 1 minute. I'm
Good evening, everyone. Autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder. Simply put, it's a brain condition. And it will show in the triad: difficulty with language, difficulty with behaviors, difficulty with social interactions. So these are three key areas that there must be deficit for you to identify a child with autism. Then you can now see specific aspect of behavior that is repetitive, preoccupation, fixating behaviors. So those repetitive behaviors might be spinning, attachment to a particular object, wanting to sleep with that object, walk around with that object, play with that object. Some might just be body use. It might be body use, the way the child is using the body. It might just be the eyes. The child slants the eyes and goes, in circles. So you could have specific behaviors like that. You could also have sensory processing difficulty as part of the symptoms. So you cannot diagnose this by yourself. You will just see those symptoms that will now call your attention to seek for help. And not all presentations will be autism, because you have a situation where some symptoms are overlapping. You could have the same, like difficulty with eye contact, restlessness and hyperactivity. You could also see restlessness and hyperactivity in children with attention deficit hyperactive disorder. You can even see it in kids with even learning disabilities and specific language impairment. So it's your duty to know what's a problem behavior and how that behavior is affecting your child's functioning. So when you see a behavior that is, to you, in quote, abnormal, seek for professional help. They will be the one that will do the proper diagnosis and then give proper assessment for what to intervene for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we're going to go right back to you, Victoria. Okay. There was a question that I was hoping that you were going to bring up after one of the people in the crowd mentioned emotional, yes. So.
Okay.
It's not working.
I think it's working. It's working. Emotional support. He's my emotional support. Because he knows firsthand how it is to have, how to be with Anton and all, so he can relate. When I have, when I'm throwing a fit, when I'm upset or something, he can relate and be like, he's basically emotional support. So when you have situations where, you have 2, 3 or more siblings, you have one autistic sibling, you have a kid and 2 siblings, this other sibling they can always be emotional support for each other. And
Alex, has there been any time, just give us an example when you feel like you're being, the situation is being unfair to you, as in you feel like, why is Anton taking all the attention? And I mean, can you take us through that? What?
I've had it a few times. Let's say, okay, you leave your Pepsi in the freezer, and then when you come back, it's not there. Anton has taken it. It's like you feel upset, but you can't really do anything. So I mostly overlook it because he has special needs. Sometimes he can't really come and ask because he doesn't want to know. So I feel like even if he comes to ask, I will still tell him yes for it.
So you feel like you overcompensate and... Huh? Okay. Any more questions?
Yes. Just to say something about that, I think having good friends also helps. As a sibling, well, I have a friend, her name is Lakwe, she has an autistic brother. And then I also have other friends. There's things that my brother would do that will annoy me. I'll be like, oh my God, who can I talk to? I also have a friend, Christiana. I can't talk to her about it because she might not really understand. But going to Lakwe, she understands what I mean, how I feel. So I feel like having good friends helps out a lot. And then also talking about a support system, support groups. There are no support groups for siblings, but for parents, people are very lucky. So. There's one, but it's not very good. So needs, special needs. I can't remember the name. Yes.
So we already have one on the panel now, so let's just celebrate them. They've started the support group. Who will be the chairman, the vice president, the secretary? Simple.
So that's what we mean. Yes, have good friends for any sibling that is here. Just really have good friends that can understand how you feel, that won't judge you. There are some things that you'll be so upset, like, oh my God, I feel like hitting this boy's head. You'll be like, oh, how can you do that? But someone understand that, things like that. So yeah, have good friends.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Olakunle.
I'm a content writer, and I'm an advocate for hydrocephalus as a condition I was born with from birth. Now, in my advocacy journey, I have realized that there is really a great deal of stigma when it comes to people who live with special needs. And my advocacy just started like 3 years ago when I bumped into a lady who had a child with hydrocephalus. I was fortunate not to have symptoms associated with hydrocephalus, some of which children with autism, cerebral palsy have similar symptoms. And that was when I started so I've come to realize that trying to talk to people or trying to, advocate that, you shouldn't say this, you shouldn't say that, is very difficult, because much of our thinking is really rooted in, tradition, culture, religion, and all of that. And because of that, it's a bit problematic for me, because I'm this kind of person. If I see, okay, this person doesn't seem to want to get the message, I just leave it at that. But the problem is when you leave it at that, that person continues to have that same mentality and, will continue to discriminate against these people. So how can we address it? Because it's so widespread that even government, law enforcement, in the church, they are not really doing, religious bodies, they're not really doing that much to, to reorientate people from this, because it's deeply ingrained in our society. So how can we do more to really make it go far? Thank you.
That's what advocacy is about. Advocacy is about telling people how, redirecting a conversation, changing a narrative of a story. There's already a story. So you say to me, take away the story, then there's a void. So you leave me with my imagination to fill that void. But if you say to me, take away this story, fill it with this. Does that make sense? You are now changing a narrative. You are saying that children with ASD are not, they don't have, they're not crazy. Do you understand? They're not possessed. They are just differently wired. Do you understand what I've just said? I have not said to you that they are not possessed and left it hanging. I've said they are not possessed. They are differently wired. So what I'm saying to you in your journey of advocacy is that when you go out there, you talk to people, you demystify the idea, you give them something concrete, something that that has evidence base. Am I making sense? Am I answering your question? Okay, and then of course there's not enough advocacy is why there's still stigmatization. So if you go out there and you start your advocacy in a positive, reassuring, friendly way, you would get people to jump on board and understand what you're trying to communicate. And advocacy is not forceful. You don't go and slap people with, this is what you need to believe, this is what you come from a place of love, from a place of understanding. You need to first understand why they are thinking the way they are thinking. It's when you understand the way they are thinking, then you know how to address that issue. Does that make sense? Good.
Again, when we talk about stigmatization, I'm passionate about it because I believe that most of the problems associated with special needs, autism, and so on it revolves around that stigmatization. So you see people living in denial, you see people isolating the child, you see people not changing their social life, and so on and so forth. I think the first thing is, you have a child that has autism, you have a sibling that has autism, or somebody close to you has autism, and if you want to deal with the stigma, first thing is that you have to embolden yourself. That's the first thing. Now, it might sound just simple, but you have to embolden yourself, because when you go out and you want to start to talk to people, you also have things that you're dealing with. If the child has a meltdown, or the person has a meltdown right in front of you, what would you do? What's the first thing that you would do? Would you step back? You have to stand there and begin to do the things that they told you to do when the child has a meltdown. Hold the child. You're probably lying down on the floor with the child. We had a situation one time with Kanya Chukwu. We're presenting an artwork in New York. We have people everywhere. And all of a sudden, that is the moment Kanya Chukwu decides that he wants to sleep in front of everybody on the floor. And my wife has to sit down with him on the floor and hold him. And I too have to sit down on the floor. But guess what? Everybody else now has to sit down on the floor, because that is where the camera, the lens of the camera is focused on. Okay? So we have to be bold, and we have to be ready. We have to be ready. We've gone to Domino's Pizza once, and Kanye is doing his thing. Let me not say misbehaving, doing his thing. Somebody there says, "This useless boy, he lacks home training." My wife turns and she's trying to speak to him, but he's insisting that you take your child back and go and train him. Go and train your child. And she's still insisting that he has autism. His friend is beside him, taps him and says, hey, autism is a neurological disorder. Leave me. Go and look after this child. The child lacks proper upbringing. So it's difficult. But you have to be bold, because you know what? That doesn't stop her. So tomorrow she's still going to go out and advocate. Tomorrow she's still going to talk to people. And we go everywhere. We go everywhere, to churches, at the airport. I get to the airport, the first thing I do when I'm with Kanya Chukwu is I go to the people at the counter and I say, listen, I have a son, he has autism. And I'm seeking for any single special attention or delivery that they'll give to him. Can we board first? Do you have a place we can sit down? And by doing that, I'm also lecturing them. Immigration officer is asking me, what are all these things? I say, paintings. Who did it? Him. What's wrong with him? I said, why doesn't he want to talk to me? He doesn't want to talk to you. It's simple. And if he was a normal child and he doesn't want to talk to you, you won't be asking me why he doesn't want to talk to you. He doesn't want to talk to you and he has autism. He has autism, yeah. I'm like, come on, man. It's not a death sentence. Do you know what autism is all about at all? Because I see how people behave in other climes. If you say you're maybe in the United States or you're in Britain and you say the child has autism, they say, oh, okay, come this way. Simple. But here, they're like, he's going to die very soon. No. So you have to keep talking, and you have to keep talking, and it never stops. For us, it never stops, because, of course, as it grows, it actually increases. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I believe that we have all enjoyed this discussion. And in just short phrases, I would like everyone seated to just wrap up in one sentence or what the take home for the crowd should be.
Every autistic child needs you.
We have a slogan. Autism is not the tragedy, ignorance is.
Okay, for every parent and sibling out there that is worrying about anything, just know there's light at the end of the tunnel. You don't need to worry. Just continue to trust and hope, and then, continue to communicate with each other, and then just encourage each other, because that's what we actually really need. So thank you.
Your child or your sibling having autism is not the end of the world. All they need from you is your love and your support.
Every child or person is different and unique in their own way.
And it's a wrap. Thank you, everybody. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Bye.
Can we put our hands together for this panel? Make that loud. Thank you so much to our moderator, Sholakwe Azazi, and to the entire village. Let's have photographs. Yes, we can come closer. Someone pointed out to me that there was a question that wasn't addressed about the ratio of special needs kids to regular kids that should be in the class. One of our experts just pointed out that that question needs to be addressed by a special needs educator. And I think Beauty attended to that earlier. But remember, the conference continues tomorrow. There's still a lot of people who want to speak and ask questions. If you weren't able to get that done today, you have a chance tomorrow. But also recognize that, you know, we might not be able to get every question, so please bear with us. There's a lot of interaction that can happen in between sessions. You can also approach some of our experts and members of the community and speak to them one-on-one and have some engagement. If you have any other questions, we have members of the GTCO staff who are at the back. Tolu, I'm going to put you on the spotlight. So Tolu Onikwede is waving. So if you have any further questions directed at GTCO, please attend to, you can go over there. Well, day 2 starts tomorrow right on time. So please come on time. We're going to start at 10 a.m. on the dot. So see you tomorrow. God bless.